Hello, good evening and a very warm welcome to our weekly finals night here at the MODUS Super Series, where over the last 5 days a dozen darters have been duking it out to secure their place as part of the Super Six for this Saturday session. And to see who made it and how they made it, well, here's our very own Henry Deacon with this week's highlights.
This week was a week full of Super Scots, but Alan Tabern was the man who got through Group B. He was third in the table there. Talk about Super Scots. Scott Taylor, he managed to get his way through. He was second in Group C. He won 4 out of his 5 games on Friday to qualify. Meanwhile, for Scott Walters, he came through second in Group B and played some magnificent stuff. He'll be looking to revenge what happened at Champions Week last time out. Well, Mike Norton, last time he was here at the Super Series, he was eliminated right at the very death on Friday, but he's managed to get one better and made the Saturday show for his occasion. And Saturdays are all about the X Factor, and Andy Boulton is going to be there. He won every single game in Group B to qualify. But the first glories was Gary Stone's. 26 points, 13 wins from his Group A campaign. He's going to take some stopping when it comes to finals night tonight.
Yeah, thanks, Henry. Indeed, Stone did set the standard in Group A, but Andy Boulton has been brilliant since, and Glenn Durrant has been here all week, casting an eye over all of those players. We'll tell the story of the week by looking at the tables first, Glenn. It was a magnificent performance from Gary Stone. Seeing the Group A table as it ended won't really show how good it was, because the first 2 days he didn't lose a match.
And it's certainly not unsurprising to me. Gary Stone is an absolutely fantastic player. I'd even say sort of underachieved in his darts career a little bit, and I know he sort of has been listening to some of the comments we've been saying, but it's very constructive because I really rate Gary Stone. And when you're playing up against someone like Andy Boulton, it was like a major feat to sort of go 13 out of 13, I think it was at one point. He was absolutely magnificent.
Yeah, Andy Boulton, a close second. Well, not a close second, really. Let's be honest about that, 8 points behind. Harry Ward, though, just 2 points behind Boulton. So you'd think, as the week went on, that maybe it would be those two that emerge. We'll take a look at the table for Group B, and you'll see that Harry Ward didn't make it in the end.
It was an intriguing group. I mean, Alan Tabern did not play well, and by hook or by crook got through that group. And even very, very late last night, Harry Ward had to beat Alan Tabern to qualify, but had to beat him 4-0. Unfortunately, lost 4-1. So it was so near, yet so far for Harry Ward. But I think he had a week where he can reflect and see the positives from. At times was a good week.
Yeah, the top 3 going through from that group. So Andy Boulton, Scott Walters, who we'll talk about in a moment, and Alan Tabern. In Group C, the top 2 go through. And Mike Norton, well, he did nearly all his damage on day 1, but look how close it was. Lee Shewan on the same points as the top 2 that qualified.
Do you know, I really enjoyed this group. It was just nip and tuck. Maybe not the quality of the Group A and Group B at times, but Mike Norton was the shining light in that, and probably a guy where I was learning a lot about him. He's 59-year-old Mike, and only started playing from when he was 49, and you know, took the headlines on day 1 and nearly ran through the card at one point, but Lee Shewan, 14 points and not qualifying. He was devastated.
Yeah, just a word on a couple of the players we lost as well. Martin Adams being one of them. That was a really uncharacteristically poor week for Wolfie, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. And the finals night needs Martin Adams. I mean, like I said, we use the word legend many times, and it just wasn't his week. He was sliding into 1s and 5s like I'd never seen before. I've stood behind the man. I know how straight he is as a dart player, and you know, he was remonstrating with himself. He was disappointed. I think sometimes the conditions didn't suit him. At one point he just said, I'm too old. It just wasn't like Wolfie, and I was gutted he didn't get through. Yeah,
let's have a look at the week in a bit more detail then. We'll crunch some numbers here. What really stands out for you there, Glenn?
I mean, there's many stats. I mean, on day 1 we were at 46 180s, and I think I was looking at the record books at one of the points there. So the quality has been there. I mean, Andy Boulton and Gary Stone will take a lot of the headlines. I mean, they are first-class players. You know, some of the best amateurs in the world of dart right now, and yeah, the 11 darts quickest. It's just been a fabulous week, but the number 158 sticks out. That was the moment it nearly turned out for Harry Ward, so look out for that as a finish tonight.
Yeah, we haven't had a 9-dart finish yet in this series, so you never know. Maybe tonight will be the night that we get one of those. We'll take a look at the betting for tonight. The bookies haven't always got it right this week. They had Kevin Dowling as the favourite to win Group C. He didn't manage that. Now, they've gone with you, Glenn. Interestingly, this little rivalry starting to emerge between Boulton and Stone. The bookies favouring recency.
Yeah, I was asked the question, so I think they've got it about right. I think Boulton and Stone, you can't really separate them. I mean, Gary Stone's actually played Andy 3 times this week, and Gary's won all 3 games. Value for money, I said yesterday, Walters and Taylor, they really do have an A game, which would be very interesting in a night like this. And I think for consistency, Mike Norton and Alan Tabern are there if you just fancy a bit of an outside bet.
Is it a collision course between Andy Boulton and Gary Stone tonight? Is that the way it's shaping up?
It's shaping up that way, but don't rule out Walters and Taylor. I think it could be it'd be a major shock for me if Norton or Tabern get through.
Well, Glenn has been providing his own tips this week with varying success, it has to be said. And here are your selections for this evening. Just talk us through those.
Yeah, I mean, I did like the handicap betting, and I really fancy Gary Stone to beat Taylor quite comfortably. Then went for the 180s. I think the Boulton Tabern will be a game where we'll see some 180s. They know each other well. They've come across each other before. And once again, I've really enjoyed that handicap betting, and I fancy Andy Boulton to do a job over Mike Norton.
And as always, if you are having a flutter, gamble responsibly. BeGambleAware.org for information on safer gambling. And of course, it is 18+. Right, let's have a final look at how the groups have been set for this evening. 2 groups of 3 as always, top 2 going through in each group. Crucially, as we've been talking about, Gary Stone and Andy Boulton separated.
Yeah, I mean, that Group 1 there is stacked. I mean, I think Andy Boulton will be really happy with that Group 2 there, but fireworks coming in Group 1.
Yeah, Scott Walters, many think might be the dark horse, but Scott Taylor as well is a player that has shown that he can play in spells.
Yeah, I'm just glad you haven't asked me from 2 from 3 in that Group 1, and because all 3 have the potential to do really, really well. All of them can, potentially win this tonight, and getting 2 from 3 in that Group 1 right now was just take a pick.
You're glad I haven't asked you yet. No, it's okay, I'm not going to do that, but I am going to ask you for a winner of the evening.
Well, on Monday morning, you asked me the same question. I said Andy Boulton. I'm going to stay with that.
OK, we do have the first match ready to get underway. It is Gary Stone against Scott Taylor, and I caught up with Gary a little earlier this evening. Gary, welcome to finals night. You've been waiting a couple of days to get here. First of all, just how do you reflect on what you did in Group A earlier in the week?
I've been quite happy, honestly. When I looked at Group A before I threw a dart, I thought, well, I've got to have to play well this week just to be in the contention. It panned out kind of how I thought it would, apart from, but maybe Martin would probably be a little bit disappointed with his week, to be fair. He'll bounce back, he always does, but Andy, I totally expected the way Andy would play. I thought he's been absolutely fantastic. Even the 3 days, he missed a couple of doubles against me, let me in. Hopefully he does that tonight again, but we'll see how it goes. But his performances in Group B have been absolutely brilliant, and hopefully that kind of spurs me on a little bit. I've been watching in the background, hearing how Duz has tipped him for this finals night, so that's kind of given me a wee push and a wee kick up the backside, so hopefully turn it on tonight.
Does it help you in a way, because we've all been watching Andy won all his matches in Group B, as you said, so despite being the Group A winner, you've kind of gone under the radar now?
Yeah, of course, and I've obviously been on Twitter a day and I've seen the betting and Andy's firm favourite, and that's enough motivation for me. So hopefully I can step up here and shut everybody up, do it again, and as I said at the start of the week, I've hit the crossbar so many times. I want to just get it over the line. I want to come and win these weeks. Do you know what I mean? Not only these weeks, I want to go and win Champions Week. So yeah, that's the aim, definitely.
Well, we're looking forward to it. Good luck.
Thank you.
Cheers, guys. Yeah, interesting stuff there from Scotland's Gary Stone, the Group A winner. He's had a couple of days off to relax and watch a bit of the MODUS Super Series, and of course a few words for Glenn Durrant. He's going to take on Scott Taylor in his opening match. This format on Saturday, of course, is brutal. Recovering from heavy defeats early, almost impossible. So important to get off to a winning start for this pair in Group 1. And Glenn has made his way downstairs, and he's alongside Henry Deacon. Have you upset Henry yet, Glenn?
He's doing his best, bless him. Well, thank you very much, Chris. A very good evening, everyone. Welcome along to the Super Series. It is finals night here in week 4 of Series 3. And we kick off with the man who claimed success in Group A, Gary Stone, who was so dominant in doing so. He picked up 26 points out of a possible 30, a plus 26 in the legs difference as well. He takes on Scott Taylor, who won 4 out of his 5 games on Friday to qualify. He beat Martin Adams 4-2 to rubber stamp things. As I say, Glenn Durrant, who is getting the tag of Mr. Popular around here at the Super Series, with me in the commentary box. And, well, Gary Stone said in that interview he has been watching, and it feels as if he's got a little bit of a point to prove.
First of all, what a fantastic interview with Gary Stone. That's the second time he's been interviewed by Gary, and I've been so impressed with him because when he won his group, Chris spoke to him and both of us said, doesn't he speak well? But the kind of words I wrote during that interview as I listened to just before off air, determined,
66.
Focused, motivated, controlled aggression and fight and talk. And everything I've said about Gary Stone this week is because he is a fabulous player, Henry. I've come across him in the BDO. I've been beaten by him in the BDO days, and I always felt he sort of underachieved a little bit because he showed this week of how good of a player Gary Stone is, and you know he's a big favourite. You know, to win it tonight alongside Andy Boulton, and I stand by everything I've said. But the problem Gary Stone's got tonight is the fact this Group 1 is absolutely stacked. When you add Scott Walter to this group, 81. All 3 of them not only could get through this group, but go on and win it tonight.
It's certainly going to be an interesting affair. We said off air before coming onto your YouTube platform this evening that this Group 1, you could literally flip a 3-headed coin and just try and see where it lands as the director of travel as to who goes through.
Yeah, because, you know, like if people don't know Scott Taylor so good, he's a former Challenge Tour winner, had 101.4 average in the group, but just to sort of, on the back of that, he also had a 66.6 average. So my only concerns for Scott, and I've spoken to him during the week, sort of when he's got back to his hotel, he sent me messages that he knows he's got a wonderful lay game, and he knows he can do better and needs to learn how to win ugly. But he's a fabulous player, as demonstrated there, because that's a beautiful 14 darter and a breaker throw. A lot of the headlines this week has been about Gary Stone. Someone like Scott Taylor is not one for reputations. Just felt like both Scott Taylor and Scott Walters are real potential value for money because they've got that X factor.
43
is obviously the nickname of Andy Boulton, but I can assure you that Walters and Taylor, you'll be seeing some massive 180 score and big finishing from them. Gary Stone's got an awful lot to do to get out of this group. It's not just about him and Boulton.
It does have the
96.
almost the feel, doesn't it, that potentially they could be 2 that are on a collision course towards the final, but there's plenty more contenders in there that will have 97. More than their 10 pence worth about it.
And it's that second part of that statement that interests me, Henry. I think and hope that Gary hasn't focused so much on Boulton and Boulton hasn't focused on Stone that they've overlooked the other 4 players, because as I've said, 2 of them 4 are super dangerous, and then you add the consistency of Mike Norton, the experience of Alan Tabern. Like I said, if this was a recipe, it has all the ingredients to be an absolute cracker tonight.
Not even Jamie Oliver could come up with a recipe quite like that.
77.
Are you surprised at the slow start from Gary Stone? Do you think we have to look at the fact that
59.
He seems a little bit riled up? Do you have to take into consideration he's had a couple of days off? Because he was absolutely flying with his biggest average this week of 100.33 on Monday. We were absolutely dazzled
98.
by him.
Gary require 170.
But is this the moment that kickstarts him into life? He's looking for another one of them to leave himself the bullseye. So Scott Taylor, 127 to double his lead to back the break up with a hold. He's still got a chance, and that chance is at the bullseye.
102. Gary require 36.
Maybe you just feel that Scott Taylor's opportunities could be limited to big finishes, but he has to put this away because double 9 is not a favoured double.
27.
This is not the start Gary Stone was hoping for.
Scott, you require 25.
Scott Taylor has a big chance to take the ascendancy in this match.
That's game
He's in
shot.
full
and the
command, he's in
second
full
leg.
control now. Scott Taylor leading Gary Stone by 2-0. Gary
Third
Stone
leg,
having
it's
a
Gary
couple
to
of
throw
words
first.
of himself,
Game
wondering
on.
why he's got off to a slow start, but he's the type of player that maybe just one visit, one moment could be the springboard for him.
180.
He kicks off Max in leg 3.
96.
If you're wondering why we went a little quiet there, we've got an
100.
agreement in the commentary box. If a 180's hit the first 3 darts, we haven't set it up very nicely for the next 3, and we were hoping by staying quiet
100.
there, Gary would have pinged another max.
Yeah, she said that was the best bit of commentary we've done all week.
42.
Yes, we've been mentored by... I should have mentioned, I won't embarrass him.
126.
Perfect setup from Stone
139.
to leave himself on tops after 12. Dragged that average up by the best part of 11 points in this leg, which is an indication as to
Gary, you require 40.
how quickly he's moving through the gears.
That's game shot.
And
And the
tops
third
is
leg.
there
Gary Stone.
for 13 dart leg to reduce the deficit to 1. You
Fourth
sense
leg,
this
it's
is a
Scott to
big
throw
leg
first.
for
Game
Scott
on.
Taylor as Gary Stone continues to try and get himself fired up for the occasion.
100.
I'll tell you who's fired up for this. My brilliant commentator. I just want to say a little thank you for this week, but he's rocking and rolling in his chair and he's making me
140.
dizzy.
It's been great fun, Glenn. Been great to have your company as ever. Been great to call a lot of big scores and big
140.
moments. And the big moments may still be there to come.
I'm liking the pace in this all of a sudden, Henry.
180.
And suddenly that's his second max. And suddenly he's going through the gears. And suddenly we wonder what the response for Scott Taylor will be. He's dragged that average in a couple of legs from mid-70s to mid-90s.
130.
This is the gears that
Scott, you
Gary
require
Stone has got.
139.
But it could be rendered irrelevant if Taylor can take out the 139.
Yeah, they both seem to be bringing each other on in this game. But
127.
I've been keeping an
Gary
eye on
require
Gary Stone.
51.
And he's straight at that Rocky there. Oof, did you see the big dart this, Tops?
11.
And it was all because of that first dart. He will be kicking himself because he
Scott,
looks
you require
so
12.
motivated just behind Scott Taylor there. He won't like double 3 though,
That's
but
game
what?
shot and the fourth leg.
Is that the dart?
Scott
Because
Taylor.
3-1 in a best of 7, it's going to be very, very tough, despite the fact that Gary was a big favourite for this game, to come back against someone like
Fifth leg,
Scott
it's
Taylor.
Gary to throw first.
Scott
Game
Taylor
on.
has played on the highest circuit, the Professional Darts Corporation, and the Players Championships at the Pro Tours. He knows how
100.
to win games like this. He wants this tournament. Just hoping Gary Stone hasn't overlooked him.
Scott Taylor has put in
60.
2 14 darters in this match so far. The first being in leg 1. The last have been in that previous leg, which could well be the significant leg in the story of this match.
100.
I'd love to see some fight from Gary Stone now. I think a 4-3 coming back from 3-1 down here and winning this game would be absolutely
59.
huge for someone, Gary, because I think he's a bit of a front runner. When he was flying on Monday, no one could get anywhere near him. Let's see just a different facet about
91.
him. What's he like in coming back under adversity? And this is a good idea. He hasn't let his head go down because Scott Taylor's playing absolutely magnificent right now.
180.
He's put the afterburners on. He saw Gary Stone making a
100.
comeback. And he said, we are making a sprint for the line, and we are making it now. We are stopping Stone in his tracks.
105. Gary require 110.
Treble 18. Probably look at the 16s bed, looking at where that's gone there. So all he
54.
can do is set you up.
Scott, you require
97 is a
97.
2-dart combination. So you'd be looking at treble 19. 2 darts at tops for the match. Who saw this coming?
That's game.
Well,
Shot.
Scott Taylor
And the
certainly
match,
did.
Scott
Put the
Taylor.
cat amongst the pigeons in that game. What a start from Scott Taylor. We said he's a very, very dangerous player. He has an amazing A game. There's the stats. They're both averaging over 90. There was just a beautiful pace to that game. What an exciting match that was. And that 97 finish by Scott Taylor gives him the ascendancy in this tough, tough first group. Andy Boulton, the favourite, is up next against the wildly old experienced Alan Tabern, back after this short break.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series here, where the first match has just been played, and a bit of an upset really when you consider the way that Gary Stone won Group A earlier in the week. Let's have a look at the stats from that match. Scott Taylor winning it 4-1 in the end. Both players actually averaged more than 90. Taylor really did up his level from what we've seen from him so far this week. 50% checkouts, 94 average for him at Stone with one leg. Still a chance for him to turn things around when he takes on Scott Walters later on in the evening. But we're going to take a look back at what happened on Saturday night last week now. The final of week 3 went the distance when Jelle Klassen played Jack Main, and we're going to show you the last leg of that final.
Go to a 7th and deciding leg. How important we're winning that
Seventh
Bull
and
B.
final leg, Yellow to throw first.
The
Game on.
Cobra. He's averaging 92.
135.
Only-
101-point shootout.
Yeah, the only numbers he'll be worried about is the numbers written on the check.
5 big ones.
125. 134.
Outstanding.
Super from both. Oh, Jack's hit a few 180s this week. He may need one.
140.
On his next visit.
The pressure is intense.
80.
First mistake
I was
from
going to say,
Yellow.
after the first treble 20 was sat there like that, that is a mistake.
60.
Wow. How?
Yellow, you require
I agree, mate.
152.
How is that only 60?
Yellow Klassen has 6 darts for 152, but May only need 3.
128.
Well, like the setup from Jack in our previous leg. High quality approach play from Klassen.
96.
And
Yellow,
here we go, the
require
moment of truth.
24.
Yellow Klassen looking at double 12 to win week 3.
12.
And 3 match darts have gone begging.
Jack, you require
Jack Main
80.
has got a second chance to steal it at the death.
Still a chance. 15 ball.
Just checking.
Got to go 15 ball.
The pressure. Going to get a dart at the ball.
50.
And it's gone.
Yellow, you require 12.
Yellow comes back. Second
Okay,
chance.
Shots.
And
a
second
match.
chance is
And the
gobbled
MODUS
up
Super Series
by
Week 3
Yellow
champion.
Klassen.
The Yellow
A
Klassen.
4-3 victory. He walks away with a winner's check. £5,000, but more importantly, a place in Champions
Phil
League.
Bars and Chris Mason describing the action there from a dramatic duel to end the finals night last week. Yellow Klassen booking his place at Champions Week. And that's what the players are trying to do tonight. Join him there. The next game is the first game in Group 2 this evening, and it's a meeting between the X Factor Andy Boulton and Alan Tabern have had very differing campaigns in Group B the last couple of nights. In fact, Andy Boulton won all of his matches in that group, and I caught up with him a little earlier on. Andy, welcome to finals night. You're coming into it on quite a high, aren't you? You've won all your matches in Group B, 9 in a spin in total. You must be feeling fantastic.
Yeah, feeling really good. Just really enjoying it. Like, I found the week really enjoyable. You know, met some old faces, met some new faces. But yeah, just the week in general has just been really good. And obviously with having them last couple of days, I think originally I thought the 2 days would help me if I could get a couple of days off. But actually I feel like, yeah, coming in tonight, it's probably, you know, better off for me, for sure.
Yeah, and Gary Stone as well, he'll have been watching, having won Group A. Obviously, you would have wanted to do that. It's quite an interesting mix, isn't it? One on a roll, the other one having that couple of days off. Do you feel you're the one with the advantage then?
Well, in my mind, definitely. In Gary's mind, probably different. Hopefully he was watching, and then he comes in tonight, it's like, oh, Andy's playing all right. But no, I mean, I know Gary. Gary knows me. And it's not just about us two. There's 4 other guys. You know, me and Gary have had a lot of battles over the years. We live kind of half an hour apart, so we meet quite a lot. But yeah, I just feel that, like, you know, them 2 days of I don't think the 3 days did me any harm, but I think the 2 days of having a good run, you know, and playing well as well, I think is the main thing. But enjoying it for me has been a massive thing this week, and I've really enjoyed it. So I'm just in a good place, I think.
And playing in front of a live audience tonight, a man called the X Factor, that must be something you get excited about as well.
Well, especially on a Saturday night, yeah, for sure. Yeah. I mean, who knows if I can lift the check at the end of the night, I might even belt out a song, eh?
Oh, we'll look forward to that.
Yeah.
Good luck.
Hey, cheers, guys.
And we will hold him to that, by the way, here at the MODUS Super Series. Boulton comes into this evening on a 9-match winning streak, whereas his opponent qualified despite losing 5 of his 8 games in Group B, including twice to Boulton, a 4-1 and 4-2 defeat to the X Factor, who has certainly been hitting all the right notes over the last couple of nights, as have our class commentary team of Glenn Durant and Henry Deacon, who definitely won't be singing later on.
Possibly. I'll let you know. Anyway, the X Factor on Saturday night. No, don't worry. Do not adjust your sets. You are watching us here on the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel. It is Andy Boulton in action. He takes on Alan Tabern in our second game of the evening. Boulton, who has shown the X Factor in Group B. Well, he was the B Factor in Group B. He won all 8 games to qualify through that group, and he did so with a stratospheric group average, which we'll talk to you about in just a second. Up against him, Alan Tabern, who came through 3rd in that particular group over the course of Thursday and Friday evening. Well, he had a nervous wait to get through. He had to take on Harry Ward in his final game. He had to win just 1 leg to qualify into tonight's final. And he won 4-1, and Harry Ward had opportunities to win the leg Tabern won. And so technically he had darts against him to get knocked out. But it is Boulton, because he won Group B, who has the darts. Now, the order of play in terms of who throws first is dictated and determined on group position. As Andy Boulton basically starts the night in the vein that he left last night in.
Yeah, what I would say is Alan Tabern can't play any worse than
140.
he did the previous 2 days. You know, how he qualified in the end was just being wily, experienced. He used everything he could, and like you alluded to there, Harry Ward had an opportunity to win that last game 4-0, that like he needed to do. Just left it a little bit late, but if you were looking at the form going into these 2 before the race, you would think that there's only going to be 1 winner. They've played each other twice this week. Andy Boulton winning 4-1 with a 100.81 average against Tabern on the opening night, and 4-2 the next night. That was good on there. So he'd be feeling really, really good about this match. But I think one thing could have been the slap in his face.
85.
Watching Gary Stone and
167.
Seeing Scott Taylor do a job on him. Not only have they played each other at the MODUS Super Series, they've also played each other
131
4 times previously, and it was 2-2. So going into the week, Tabern will have been feeling okay, but I don't think he'll have been delighted with his performance. But he's a big-time player, and I think the fact it's finals night now, I think we'll see the best of Taberners. Andy Boulton looks at double 18. And
that's game shot. And the first leg. Andy Boulton.
Start what he hopes is going to be a great night for him.
And if you have been watching us throughout the duration of the week here in the MODUS Super Series, this has been nature of habit for Andy Boulton, winning legs in 5 visits or less. That was a 14 dart to start. It was actually the similar vein which we started the previous match between Gary Stone and Scott Taylor, although this time Boulton with a hole compared to Taylor's break in the same amount of darts.
And also, if you've been watching, you'll see Andy Boulton just managing his
60,
his shoulders, his body, and it's not just something he's doing as part of it. You know, he has got an ongoing problem with his shoulders that he has to manage. But he said, "Feels 100%."
180.
You can see, Alan Tabern has opened up much, much better tonight.
A 180 call from Justin Bradshaw, who is in charge of proceedings this evening.
Both players out the traps nicely, averaging over 94, the pair of them. Andy Boulton just shy of 100 at the moment. Just the start he wanted. Do you think it'll have been a shock to the system watching Gary, or do you think he was licking his lips at that?
I think Andy's here and he's so business-like that I don't think he'll care a jot about whatever results happening elsewhere. It's all about what he's going to do on the hockey, because you can scramble around and look at other people's results, but if you don't do the business yourself, then all of that's rendered irrelevant in the first place. Well, Andy Boulton is more than doing his business here, averaging 104. But that 1-3-4 for Alan Tabern in that previous visit is going to give him the chance on 84 to hold the throw and to level us up at 1 apiece here.
Tabs will be looking, he's still got the chance. He's got 2 options, a treble 19 or treble 13, but he will leave a 1 dart in if he can just hit a single 20.
44.
And the kind of week Andy Boulton is having.
146.
146 is on the agenda.
Nothing is off limits with the X Factor, except for the 146.
105. Alan, you
tops to a level game for Alan Tabern. Yeah, I'm having a word of himself as he goes for the double 10, and maybe he knows the significance of this moment.
41.
Boulton 41 to break the throw and open up a 2-0 lead. Was that the chance come and gone as far as Alan Tabern is concerned? 2 in his hand at double 16. His favoured double on the board.
That's game
Doubles
shot.
the lead
and the
he has on the
leg.
board.
Andy Boulton.
There's the little juicy jiggle. I might have got that wrong. Is it juicy jiggle he calls that?
Third leg
Juicy
is Andy
wiggle.
to throw first.
I don't want to know
Game
what
on.
a juicy jiggle looks like.
I think it's a bit early in the night for a response to that one, but you'll see Andy very aesthetically pleasing on the eye. That throw, just very traditional.
59.
All about where you see this is a pretty unique throw. It starts very low, and when he actually releases that dart, it's well above the eye line, even close to the forehead.
100.
So you won't see many throws in the world like Alan Tabern. It's very unique. That's a very traditional one. Solid elbow, brings the dart back, and just pushes the wrist and the forearm from there, whereas Alan starts very low. You think that's a great position, and then just look at the position of that flight as he's thrown. Very
85.
unique, but Alan Tabern has been very top of the world. A fantastic CV and played in the biggest tournaments in the world. So who am I to doubt him? But right now, this is the main man. The man
180.
who calls himself the X Factor and the biggest scorer in the game we love. He continues to smash.
81.
Smashing the average barrier is 95.12, which actually isn't too far. It's Group B average. Over the course of 8 games in that group, his average was 94.86, which is just
100.
staggering over an 8-game period. The sheer consistency, the sheer numbers he was putting, he tickled above the ton on a couple of occasions as well.
I thought my Dozzers tips had got off to a good start here, with over 2
90.
180s in this match, and then I realised I had Gary Stone have a big win over Scott Turler. But it's Boulton on 103. He can still do it with treble 20, and that would bring double 19 into the equation, but not this time. We look at treble 18.
79.
Job B
Alan,
complete.
you require
Leaves the double
145.
big ask for Tabern.
Job too much. You could hear the cry of tabs as that first dart just drifted below the triple 20 bed. And so Boulton is back for double 12 to open up a 3-0 lead. Yes, he's played well, but he's had to just, at times, rely on Tabern just to have 1 or 2 moments.
That's game
and a 3-0 lead it is for Andy Boulton.
Andy Boulton.
And it's looking quite comfortable now for the man they call the X Factor.
Yeah, for the first time this week, they've got the
Fourth
crowd.
leg is Alan to
He
throw
just sort of
first.
waves to
Game
somebody
on.
there. Sometimes just one voice, Henry, can really help you. If you've got a supporter who's supporting you every 3 darts, or you just hear a certain voice, that's really important, because
96.
Andy is down here on his own, I believe. And like I said, if you can just get a couple of supporters and just get a couple of voices, that will really help, because everything is just gone to plan this week. He just walked into something very, very special.
97.
And like I say, if you weren't with us at the beginning of the week, Gary Stone was, I mean, he was immense. And he didn't panic, though, did he, Henry? He just sort of got into Group B and looked at the positives, and, you know, them 8 from 8's probably making him 7 foot tall right now.
Could feel 10 feet tall by the end of the evening this evening. It could be 5K. Better off
137.
come the end of the evening. That's exactly what's going to happen to the winner of this event tonight. They'll be £5,000 better off, £5,000 richer, and they'll also gain a place at
100.
Champions Week, which is on the first week of May. So put that date in your diary, where someone is going to emulate Conan Whitehead and Raymond Smith
59.
in winning the £20,000 jackpot and lifting and hoisting the trophy aloft. Already got a good list
134.
for Champions Week. John Worsley, Owen Bates and Jenna Klassen. 3 players already through. So no matter what happens, we're going to have some lineup. As Boulton here looks for another treble to try and apply the
100.
pressure on this
Alan, you
more than
require
makeable
124.
1-2-4 for Tabern.
Yes, statistically, this is Tabern's best game of the week. As he looks at bullseye.
That's game shot. And the 4th leg.
Just as we
Alan
were waxing
Tabern.
lyrical about Andy Boulton and looking very confident it was going to be a 4-0 whitewash. Never write this man off. He's a very difficult customer
Fifth
to
leg
deal
is
with.
Andy to throw first.
I alluded
Game
to
on.
earlier. He's been to the very, very top of the game. He's a fabulous player as Alan Tabern. And maybe, Henry, we're just beginning to see the best of him.
But Andy Boulton knows this is the leg with the darts which he can gain a win. And in this truncated group stage format, a big victory to kickstart your campaign can put you in a fantastic position to progress. He wins 4-1 here. He will be on +3 in terms of the legs difference. It would mean that
117
virtually is a couple of legs away. The way it works out is if in a group stage someone's on, if a player's got 2 points and a positive legs difference, they will go
96.
through. If all the players are tied on 0 in terms of legs difference, we go to a 9-dart shootout.
Stop teasing us, Henry. As much as we've spoke about Andy Boulton, and we'll continue to do that, I've got a feeling this week. Alan Tabern, it's great to see him here. 3 Players' Championships he's won, and just even win one of them.
127.
Himself
and you require 104.
within 6 starts, but you just feel that from 104, this could potentially go. It's going to be double 16 for a fabulous start to the night.
88.
Standards are so high, he was disappointed with that missed double 16.
Well, he's kicked onto the line, hasn't he, Andy Boulton? He knew he had the darts to see the drop through. And after 12 darts, 97. He's had a dart at the double, and now double 8 is what he wants 16. To seal a 4-1 success to kickstart his group campaign here on Saturday night. And to keep that winning feeling going.
Game.
He
shot.
must feel
and the match,
like $1 million.
Andy Boulton.
And if he keeps playing to levels like that, Andy Boulton may be £5,000 better off. He gets the better of Alan Tabern by 4 legs to 1 in the opening game of Group 2. He showed the X Factor at times, an average of just over 94.5, 2 maximums to his name, and 4 out of 10 when it came to the checkouts. For Alan Tabern, 91.5, 1 maximum, 1 out of 4 on the doubles, including that 1-2-4 high checkout. It wasn't a bad performance for him, but when Andy Boulton's at the hockey, you just seem to need to find something just that little bit extra. We're going to take a short break. When we return, it's the middle game in Group 1. It's the Battle of the Scots. It's Taylor, it's Walters, it's next.
Welcome back to the Saturday night action here at the MODUS Super Series, and the X Factor took centre stage with another top performance in his first match in Group 2. That's actually now 10 wins on the spin for Andy Boulton this week. He got the better of Alan Tabern 4-1 for the second time this week. We'll take a quick look at the numbers from that match, and you'll see that Boulton produced an average of 94.62. He had 2 180s, 3 140s as well. Great 1-2-4 checkout though for Alan Tabern, and that leg probably gives him a lifeline in the group. He's been hanging on to lifelines over the last couple of nights, and that's what's helped him get here. So all still to play for all of the players, but Andy Boulton showing his class in that opener. Right, there's going to be a little bit of a gap between the start of the next match now, so we're going to turn our attention to another darts player in the building. Glen Durrant has joined our commentary team recently, and we just wanted to have a little word about how he's been, how he's feeling, and what his hopes are for the future. So here is the first part of my chat with Duzza. Glenn, here in the commentary box at the MODUS Super Series. Just tell us how it's been for you since you joined us.
I mean, genuinely, I'm absolutely loving it. And part of me thinks that people don't believe me, that all of a sudden it's the end of the world, that I don't have a Pro Tour card no more. Genuinely, I'm just beginning to settle in Portsmouth. Don't get me wrong, day one when I arrived, I was thinking, what have I done? It's a long way from home. Even as a dart player, I didn't really enjoy being away. But once I sort of settled in, you know, started getting a bit of a routine, genuinely loving it. And I'm using my brain again. 30 years working in office, I was always looking, if my dart career ended, what's my transferable skills? Commentary was right high up on the agenda. You know, all of a sudden you think, have you got the right voice for it? You know, I'm more of a numbers man rather than words, but honestly, so far, so good.
Well, look, let's come on to more of the darts commentary later, but let's first talk about how you've ended up here. So there's been a lot of sort of attention on you losing your professional status in the PDC because of how quick the rise was and then how quick the decline was, really. So let me just go back to, you know, a few years ago when you were a county player. Did you ever envisage going on to achieve the great things that you did achieve in the game?
And there's so many answers to that question, because at that county stage, I knew I was a good player. And it took someone like Jamie Caven to come to a local competition to say, Glenn, you just don't leave Middlesbrough, which was true. You know, it was a case of bring anybody and I'll beat them. And I just wouldn't spread the wings. And, you know, by then I'm late 30s, so you're thinking your best is past. And I decided to start travelling age 41. You know, and I guess, you know, the beginning of the question, it sort of ended when I was 51. It feels, you know, I'm hoping it's to be continued. So it was just a decade of just up and up and up. And I had a wonderful time and no regrets.
Just explain that feeling along the way, because not many people in any walk of life every single year is almost better than the year before. Remarkable.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting that you speak to me now, because we've had Martin Wolfie Adams here this week, and he was a guy I sort of looked at. I was watching how he practiced, how he prepared, what time he got to venues, even to the stage of what flights they were getting. And I just wanted to copy that, replicate that, so when I did come back 12 months later, I sort of knew the system. And in 2012, I won the Northern Ireland Open, and it's on YouTube. And you know, to the left of me, I was playing Martin Phillips, one of the big legends, and to the left, I had my Northern Ireland family, my brothers, sort of living over there, and it was just a fantastic memory. Round about the same time, I was getting picked for England, probably playing the best darts of my life at the time there. The game was just so ridiculously easy then. And it was just one step after the next. As you said, it was just a creeping up them ladders till winning the World Masters, beating Larry Butler, was pretty special. I think that was 2015. I think one thing about the commentary, you realise I'm not brilliant with dates and my memory of who I've played and when, but that was a special moment in Hull, beating Larry Butler. And then it was just like 5 years of just incredible highs, unbelievable highs. And I still think the very best of them all was beating Danny Nopper in that first Lakeside. I think I dreamt of that moment a million times, and not once in that million times did I fall to my knees. It was just so natural. And, you know, if you could just have a penny for your thoughts for them, you know, 4 or 5 seconds, if you can bottle that adrenaline, that feeling, that adulation, you know, how proud to see your family, it was very, very special. the Premier League was great, but it was all about the bunts at that time. You know, there was no crowd there, no camera work, so it didn't feel the same. And right at that point, I was just on top of the world.
Well, look, you won those 3 Lakeside titles consecutively. At that point, you were really like the Phil Taylor of the BDO, if you like. What was it like to be walking into any tournament in the system you were playing in and being the man to beat?
I loved it. I genuinely loved it. I used to walk in, Chris, and go, who am I playing in the final today? 1,000 people? 4,000 people at the Dutch Open? And my mentality was, looking around the room, who am I going to play in the final today? If only I could just get that Glen Durham back, you know, during the bad times, which no doubt we'll come on to in a second there. But what happened to that guy inside of me was the fights I was having with myself, where I was just supremely confident, totally at ease with my ability, and just wanted more and more success. It was a great feeling being the #1 seed and the best player.
And you made the decision eventually to make the sort of cross to the PDC. And that Glen Durham did come, didn't he, pretty quickly as well? The rise just continued. Yeah,
and the story in that one is an exhibition in Leeds with Paul Wilson, I think. There's a name for that one as well. The Dazzler. And I was playing, won my opening game, and it was our works night's party. And I remember walking, doing the walk, and I could see they were absolutely legless. And I was like sort of saying, oh, listen, just calm down, because it's like, this is a different crowd. Don't be shouting when Phil's playing. And they were drinking champagne, etc. And my very big boss said, Glenn, I was legless, could barely see you. And she said, I sobered up in seconds because I stood there and I had 119 average against Phil, beat him 4-0, who wasn't happy because the night was all about him. The crowd wasn't happy, but I was just smashing everybody then. And she said, Glenn, I just looked and went, he's at work tomorrow. So then she got me in on the Monday and said, look, I'm going to give you a 2-year sabbatical. Your job will be here in 2 years' time. So in February the 2nd, 2019, I left exactly 32 years to the day, February the 2nd, that I started my first job there. So I thought that was interesting that it was on that day there. And within a fortnight, I rang Works and said, I'm a professional dart player now until the plan was 55. So, so I handed in my notice within 2 weeks of being a PDC player.
And then he ended up as a commentator here at the MODUS Super Series. We will give you the second part of that interview at some point. But Glen Durham, it has been great to have him here with us in the commentary box, providing his experience and analysis. But now, back to the action. And last time Scott Walters was here at the Super Series, he made it through to Champions Week. Indeed, he made it through to finals night of Champions Week. And he lost out narrowly in the semi-final. So he's a man who is trying to go one better this time around. The first sort of step for him, having made it through Group B, and perhaps going under the radar a little bit with Andy Boulton winning all of the games in that group. It was still a very decent campaign for Scott Walters, so maybe one to watch, although he wasn't happy with his performances in that group either. So let's see how he is feeling ahead of this evening. Here's what he had to say. Scott, welcome to finals night. A familiar feeling for you. Is that something that you think might give you an advantage over some of the other boys who've just come into this concept?
Possibly. I'm not looking at it like that. I'm just looking at it as it's another night for me. I haven't played my game the last 2 nights personally, so hopefully tonight I come in so I can play my game.
Last time we did see you here on a Saturday, we saw you feeding off the crowd a little bit. Do you think that could help elevate your game from what we've seen the last couple of nights?
Yeah, that was funny because I said the crowd wouldn't influence me at all, but it did, so maybe, you never know.
What are you expecting from yourself tonight? 'Cause as you said, you don't feel you've, especially with the 180s, etc., played your game so far this week. What might you do differently to lift it?
Well, I feel a bit better today, actually. I don't feel tired, so I'm practicing pretty well in the practice room. So if my game comes out of there onto here, then it should be a good night for me.
And how important is it for you to get back to Champions Week, having come so close to winning the whole thing last time?
Yeah, that's a big goal. But this is the first step, so try and win this first, then think about that afterwards. But this is the first step I've got to go for.
We look forward to it. Good luck.
Cheers, pal. Thank you.
Well, Winchester's Walters takes on Scott Taylor in his first match this evening, and having played already and won 4-1, Taylor needs just 2 legs to seal a place in the last 4. If Taylor wins this one, he will of course go through as a group winner, and Walters will face a straight shootout with Gary Stone for a semi-final spot. A 4-1 defeat leaves a possible prospect of a 9-dart shootout, and a 4-0 defeat would actually leave Taylor in danger of being eliminated and would put Walters through with a game to spare. Hope that made sense, but Henry Deacon and Glenn Durrant will make even more sense for you over the next 7 legs.
Thank you so much, Chris. Yeah, the man in your picture there, Scott Taylor. Cat amongst the pigeons, I called it, as he beat Gary Stone, who was the real headline act in this group. But we did highlight that this Group 1 is absolutely stacked. I mean, the guy in your picture there, Scott Walters, now one of the biggest 180 hitters I've ever seen. And he's also demonstrated very high score, high finishing as well. And if he, the job for him right now, the strategy is just to put them both together, because he's a potential winner. In the last champion week, he was the best player in the tournament. It was his actual mindset when he played Matt Clark that cost him taking the 20 grand prize. He was furious with himself when he got home, but the opportunity comes back very quickly for him. And this has all the ingredients once again, because you just don't know what you're going to get with these two types of players.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Fingers crossed. They're both in
First
their
leg
A
is
game,
Scott
Henry.
Taylor to throw first. Game
and
on.
this is the thing with the systems around the Super Series, is if you have a disappointment, there's usually another opening just around the corner. And for
140.
Scott Walters, this will have a feeling of a redemption night for the man they call the game. Actually, in that game against Matt Clark, he missed a dart at double 6 to open up a 3-0 lead. He subsequently went on to lose that game in a deciding leg in the semi-finals of
60.
Champions Week. Clark, who would then go on and be defeated by Raymond Smith for the £20,000 top prize.
60.
Is there a danger that you could get a bit too fired up for an occasion like this?
That's a good question. I like that one, Henry. Yeah, you have to manage. You have to manage the adrenaline right through now, going through their veins in a first leg, especially for this guy and you're pitching out his first leg of the night. And it's the nerves, the tension,
58.
the anxiety. It's how you manage that, and that's what takes from good to great, and from the great to the elite. Like a Gerwin Price, the way the bottle he has when 52. He has one dart at a double. That's just not luck. That's just not practice. That's a mixture of natural talent, hard work, dedication. And, right now, Scott Walters will have put the groundwork in. And this is his exam. The revision's done.
100.
His big exam is right now.
Scott, you require 149.
Will he be an A-star pupil? It was a B-plus performance for Scott
60.
Taylor against Gary Stone last time out. 4-1 victor. An average of 94.11. In fact, every single average tonight so far has been above the 90 mark. That's the standard the players are bringing to the table, as Taylor, after 15 darts, looks at 89. Treble there, leads himself 1 dart at double 5.
Game shot.
And that is a clinical finish on Scott Taylor. A controlled finish as well.
Yeah, very controlled. He looks really in a good
Second leg is
headspace.
Scott Walters to throw first. Game on.
He's enjoying the fact, Henry, that he's not the headline act. He's not the Andy Boulton. He's not the Gary Stone. He's just going about enjoying the fact that we're not doing an awful lot of talking.
140.
However, a bit of credit to us. We have said that he is a very dangerous floater. He is someone, again, who's played in
48.
some magnificent matches, has beat some of the best players in the world. And now it's about consistency. Now it's about you, Scott. Get up there and do the business.
Now, because the first 2 matches in each group went by 4 legs to 1 to the victor, it means the players who won the first game, when they head to their second match, will only need a couple of legs to qualify. So Scott Taylor now, even at this early stage, as earlier stage as you possibly can do, finds himself on the hill in terms of qualification through to the semi-finals. But Scott Walters has welcomed the maximums to the party. And when he does that, anything on the hockey is possible.
Scott,
he leaves 96 after 9 to level proceedings up.
$72.
So many people think, why can I get a 180? Then when I go back next, it's always a 26. And that's the consistency part of the game.
60.
That these players are
Scott
striving
required
for, but it's
24.
24 for Scott Walters. What a fantastic start by the pair of them in this match.
That's game shot. And the second leg, Scott Walters.
He's an impressive player, is Scott Walters. Forget averages right now. It's just about for Scott Taylor. He just wants to get them 2 legs on the board.
Third leg,
I think
it's
he'll be
Scott Taylor
happy
to
about
throw
that
first.
first
Game on.
finish on that double 5. He's not at his scoring power best right now, but he is capable of just snapping into it. He's a 2016 Challenge Tour winner. Beat Barry Lynn in the final. How apt is that in the week of the UK Open? Because when I think of the UK Open, I sort of think of Rob Cross and Barry Lynn for whatever reasons there. Represented his beloved England in 2022 in the WDF system. And got through Q School as a winner in 2017. His favourite game, Henry,
91.
goes all the way back to a Pro Tour final. The guy in the yellow shirt against Michael van Gerwen in his pomp. And at one stage in that final, he was 4-4 before Michael went 11, 12 and 11.
Welcome to the world of playing the green machine.
40.
He's in Minehead tonight, as is a lot of our friends and colleagues here at the Super Series. Great to see Charlie Corsafine on the main stage refereeing
59.
earlier. So a big night for our very own officials as well, which is great for them to get the
43.
opportunity on that main stage, as well as all the players that we've seen here in the past. It was great to see the likes of Graham Usher there this week, Jelle Klassen, who we saw win last week's Super Series.
100.
Go on and do some great stuff at the UK Open, made it through to Friday night session. System is working.
99.
Well, the averages aren't great in this game. I thought the game was better than the statistics are telling me in front of me right now, but for Scott Taylor,
137.
fabulous
Scott
137
require 128.
Walters, but 128 points away from reaching the semi-finals. And bull for Taylor.
103.
And that's how close
Scott,
sometimes you
require
are from
102.
winning and losing, just the width of a wire. There were 2 options here, treble 14 or bull. And he went for the treble 14 just purely because it's it's a bigger target, and 2, he may prefer tops.
94.
So a bit of pressure
Scott
on this
require
25. Big dart at double 6, centre of the board. And there's that
19.
width of the wire again. Will he come back
Scott,
and regret
require
that?
8.
Double 2. And already you sense the significance of this passage of play.
That's game shot.
And it's one
and a
where
third
Scott
leg.
Walters
Scott Walters
comes up trumps. He breaks the throw with Scott Taylor and opens up a 2-1 lead. And dare I say, at this particular juncture, the possibility of a 9-dart shootout is still on in
game
this group.
on.
That's why I love working with Henry. It gets me very excited. The thought of a 9-dart shootout would be brilliant for you, the viewers, for the crowd who are here, but
44.
certainly not for the players. Especially to speak of the players who have been involved before, but that's Taylor's best dart of this match. Fires that dart, and when he gets the timing right, there's not an awful lot of pullback. Whereas this guy, he actually brings back and sort of stops before throwing the dart. Like just a little delay
100.
there. Whereas if you watch the throw, Scott, it powers it in. It's all about timing. Look at that, no pullback whatsoever.
140.
He uses his height and actually seems to be aiming down at the treble 20.
He knows he's 1 leg away from going through, and what a way to start it.
41.
Back-to-back 140s, and he may have just backed Scott Walters into the particular corner that he needs for his battle, for his route
81.
into the semi-finals.
Do you think Scott Taylor knows he needs 2 legs now? Do you think the chatter is in next door, or has he got the experience of the MODUS Super Series to? Or do you think
60.
he's just
Scott
looking to win this game and get
140.
2 points on the board and sail through?
He saw last night with Harry Ward that he knew exactly the scenario against Alan Tabern. That's why we saw him so disconsolate and upset on the stage. But it's different in the Saturday night format because it is just a couple of matches. The scenario probably would be just get a couple of wins and top the group. And, well, he could still be on course to do that, but
Scott, you require
with this
40.
tops, he would have been through
20.
regardless.
Scott, you require
But he's had chances now in the last couple of legs, and Walters 156.
Yes, he's peppering that wire as tail. I wonder if that frustration is thinking about, or is he happy the way he's actually throwing a dart, and he's just
45.
right on that target.
Scott, you require 20.
And Scott Taylor to get to the semi-finals. There's another 3 darts, at this time a double 10. Getting closer. And
That's
there's the
game
dart for
shot
Scott
and the
Taylor.
fourth
And there's the
leg,
little
Scott
fist bump, which
Taylor.
I think that's enough to tell me that he knew what the situation was. We did talk before in preparation of this game how dangerous. In fact, we
Fifth
put
leg,
these two
Scott
together,
Taylor to
Henry,
throw
as
first.
the
Game
two
on.
real dangerous floaters. We've paired up Mike Norton, who we'll be seeing next, and Alan Tabern as the outsiders.
100.
But players who've got real consistency. In fact, Mike Norton has been absolutely terrific. And then there's the headline acts of Stone and Boulton. I'm thinking Stone is sat in the players area now,
59.
Henry, thinking, come on, Scott Taylor, let me have a decider against Scott Walters.
And also it says the melodramatics of mathematical equations.
140.
You've been eating that dictionary again, you.
Don't know, something about supercalifragilisticexpialidocious.
140.
Chris Murphy's been sat in this chair and it's
broke.
I don't know, he's got the rocking
100.
system going on it.
So if you're wondering why he's gone for the 18s, they're a treble 18, single 18.
98.
And a treble 20.
Scott,
That's
you
why
require
even these players now,
161.
even in the 300s, are already thinking about their finishes. Scott Taylor doesn't even think about the 161.
121.
That just smacks to me maturity and experience.
And a rudeness towards our spotter.
55.
Tops
Scott,
for
you
Taylor.
require 40.
For 13.
That's game shot and the 5th leg. Scott Taylor.
How many times have we said that over years? Tots for Taylor for 13. And Scott managed to do exactly that, leading 3-2 against Walters.
6th leg, it's Scott Walters to throw first. Game on.
Trying to save the match. And of course, with it being a more
96.
truncated group stage, that room for manoeuvre that you may have had over a 2-day group really does dwindle.
41.
It is 2 matches, and if Walters loses this, well, effectively he's playing knockout darts for the rest of the night.
100.
Yeah, Scott Taylor, if you're wondering why isn't he playing at a higher level, he's not playing Super League and things like that at the moment. He's very grateful to his sponsors, Jimmy and Danny at
81.
More Than Accounts, giving him opportunities. He said COVID hit him hard, Henry. He said he was a little bit complacent at Q School this year, just assumed and presumed he was
100.
going to qualify. So it was an interesting story and was just hoping to get here on Saturday night. Now he's here.
140.
There's enough expectation there to win this. But right now, he seems to be the form player alongside Boulton.
97.
But it is Walters who is first down to a finish after 12 darts, and he's going to get
45. Scott, you require
a go
108.
at the 108. He's going to get a couple of goes at the 108 to send us the distance, to send us to a decider. It is one in hand, a double
76.
16. Not a disaster, because he will return.
I'm just thinking possibly
43.
top in
Scott,
the
you
group
require
could be good.
32.
So they're going to avoid Andy Boulton to the final. Are they the kind of thought
That's
processes?
game shot and
that
the
these
6th
players have?
leg.
But the only
Scott
thought process for
Walters.
Scott Walters is to make this game 3-3. I'm penny for your thoughts for Gary Stone right now, because it's all gone really wrong.
7th and final leg. It's Scott Taylor to throw
Could be
first.
getting to a
Game
stage
on.
where he has to have a big win against Scott Walters.
If Taylor wins this leg, then
82.
Walters v Stone will be a shootout in terms of who goes through, because both players would have lost their opening game. Scott Taylor would be on 4 points, so only one can get on to 2 by
83.
that metric, and they'll claim second spot, and into the semi-finals they go. As for the scenario in Group 2, if Mike Norton gets the better of Alan
97.
Tabern, well, Andy Boulton can put his feet up and relax and know that with a game to spare, he is into the semi-finals. But even if Alan Tabern does beat Mike Norton,
81.
Tabern only need a couple of legs against the man from Western Supermare to seal his passage into the Final Four, which we'll see from 10 o'clock this evening.
180.
We know Scott Taylor's going to be there, and he is going to be a preeminent threat when we get to 10 p.m.
100. Scott, you require 142.
Yes, it's Taylor's to lose right now. What a start there is. Another 17.
102.
It's going to be 3 darts at tops for an immaculate start by Scott Taylor.
This is for back-to-back 13 darters to finish.
Scott, you require 40.
It's Taylor for a 4-3 win, and having the throw was very, very significant in that match. Another quality affair. What a game we've got potentially coming up now with Gary Stone and Scott Walters with what will be a shootout. I can't wait for that game coming up a little bit later. But another fantastic performance there from Scott Taylor. Maybe not the numbers that sort of appreciated that game there, but it was all about just getting over the winning line there for Scott Taylor. And next up, we're going to be seeing Mike Norton for the first time on Saturday night. He was a revelation this week against that wily old character, Alan Tabern. Back after the short break.
Welcome back. So we do have our first player through to the semi-finals, Scott Taylor, winning both of his games in Group 1, a 4-3 win against Scott Walters there before the break, securing his spot in the last 4. And Walters and Gary Stone will play a shootout to join him in the semis. But the action now turns back to Group 2 and a first outing of the night for Mike Norton. Last time he was here at the Super Series, he was cruelly denied a place at finals night, needed a result to go completely against him, 4-0 the wrong way, and it happened, but he has managed to come back and put it right, just exercise a few darting demons, and he's about to take to the stage to face Alan Tabern. And I did have a little chat with Iron Mike earlier this evening. Mike, welcome to finals night here at the Super Series. You probably thought you were going to be here last time, so you must be very happy to finally make it.
Yeah, it was a funny one last time. Obviously, I didn't quite understand the format, and I thought I was through, and then all of a sudden somebody told me I wasn't, and very difficult. But I'm glad to be here this time.
Did that give you the motivation to start the way you did in Group C earlier this week? Because you won your first 4 matches, brilliant performance on Thursday in particular.
100%. When I went back from last time, I went home and I looked back on what I did, and I realised day 1 cost me. I thought this time I've got to start day 1 properly, and that's exactly what I did. And I struggled a little bit yesterday, but I got there. I got over the line in the end. I was happy with that.
And I know that you've had surgery since you've last been here. You've spoken about that. How are you feeling?
Fantastic. I feel like a teenager, like I said yesterday. It's the first time I've been out of practice in 2.5 years properly, because the most I could stand up before was 20 minutes. And this time I've done a couple of hours each day. It's been fantastic, and I'm playing better, and I'm feeling stronger, and 100%. Thank you, surgeon.
And looking forward to playing in front of a live audience tonight as well.
Yeah, always. I love playing in front of a crowd. Doesn't matter if they're on my side or not. I haven't got anybody with me, but I'm sure I'll get them on my side at some point.
I'm sure they'll enjoy watching, and so will we. Good luck.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
So a pretty simple scenario in this one. If Norton wins, then he goes through to the semi-finals alongside Andy Boulton, because Alan Tabern was beaten by the X Factor earlier this evening. A Tabern win, though, would take us to the last match in this group. On hand to guide you through this one, Glenn Durrant and Henry Deacon.
Chris, thank you very much indeed. As for Mike Norton, well, he probably thought he was going to be here the last time he was here. There was a set of scenarios which transpired against him in the end. He needed Colin Monk to win one leg against Matt Clark to seal his qualification through to finals night. Matt Clark won 4-0, which included a 1-5-6 finish to get the job done. As you can see, Matt Clark kind of reoccurs in the themes of our players this week. To get the job done and get into finals night, Matt Clark thought he was out. He kind of played with the shackles off, and because of it, he got through. He nearly won £20,000 as a consequence of it.
Maybe there's the secret of darts. Get the shackles off.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. First leg is Alan to throw first. Game on.
Our third fantastic referee of the week.
We've been treated this week, Glenn.
This is a much better Alan Tabern. Hopefully you've been with us all week, but Alan Tabern, I tell you what, getting through that group, I don't even think, Henry, he could believe he got through.
140.
He was so nice. He put his arm round Harry Ward as if to apologise, because Harry Ward in the final game sort of demolished Tabs, but
95.
You know, just sometimes you've just got to get through. And we did say you can have an average Group B and then, you know, still come back and absolutely smash the finals night. And maybe that's what Tabern was thinking about, because, like I said, he's a three-time Players' Championship winner. He's probably got the best CV out the six. I'm just trying to
99.
quickly think without knowing that stat, but...
Once you delve through that stat, we can now officially tell you, actually talk to you about it in the next leg, because Tabern here wants 127 for the opening leg, which is kind of the theme of what we're going to talk about in the next leg. Oh, missed the big number.
87.
So set up nicely, though, for tops after 12. And so Norton here needs this 130 for the break of throw. Can he find a route up for the treble? No is the answer.
34. Alan, you require 40.
Tops for Tabern.
$30.
And if you'd asked me, the
96.
strength of Alan Tabern is don't give him a dart or a double. That's what I would have said before his first dart was thrown on Thursday. He went for double-double there, like many of the players are doing. I'm going to sort of let you know a little bit about Alan Tabern and Mike Norton in the last leg, but one thing I would say about Alan Tabern is don't give him a dart or a double, but tonight is making me look stupid.
That's game shot. And the first leg, Alan Tabern.
But Alan Tabern, 6 World Match Plays, 5 World Grand Prix he's attended, 15 UK Opens he's been.
Second leg, it's Mike to throw first.
He's
Game
been
on.
right at the very top, played at the PDC World Championships 8 times, and absolutely loves playing at the MODUS Super Series. He was just talking so positively about it and how excited he was to be here this week. Whereas Mike Norton, 59-year-old Henry, he started playing darts at 49.
134.
He had skin cancer and he said he was at home and he was bored. Off work and put a dartboard up and realised he was quite good at it, and within a few months then went to
59.
Joined his local league team. That local league team only had Bob Anderson in it, and he didn't have a clue who Bob Anderson was.
99.
Played county for Somerset, but like many of the players in the 50s now, they give him back to the game, and he's the chairman of the West of England County Darts
45.
now, running tournaments and things like that. And I don't know if you remember, Henry, but he had that game with Barney at the UK Open where he lost 6-5.
And should have won that game against Barneveld as well on that particular occasion.
140.
Now 140 leads him on to a finish of 157 after trial, but Tabern should leave it much more handier here.
80.
Should, but was unlucky with the
require
last dart.
157.
Norton then 157 to level this game up at 1 apiece.
Alan Tabern's best average in 8 games this week was
Alan, you require
87.
144.
He's already on a 91 in his first game where he lost, and currently averaging 92. So this is much better from Tabern, who was looking for another one of them, a double 12. So just double check with the excellent referee. Set up play.
120.
Superb
Mike, you
darts from
require
Tabern.
100.
You surely think it's got to be treble 20, double 10, because I
60.
personally thought the path up to
Alan, you
tops
require
would be
24.
obscured by the sizable length of his point. Tabern again having a word with himself as he goes for the double 12.
No score. Mike, you require 40.
Tops for Norton.
No score.
And the problem with the point again is sizable as he has a bounce out.
Alan, you require 24.
Double 12 for Tabern.
Wow, it's just a tale of not only missed doubles, but that's a long, long way from the desired target. And I can assure you, Tabs
No
will be
score.
as shocked as anybody over that,
Mike, you
because
require 40.
yeah, and Mike Norton just was not missing these types of
That's game
chances.
shot. And the
in
second
group
leg.
stages. He
Mike
was
Norton.
absolutely outstanding on Thursday. 4 out of 4 he was on Thursday morning before just a last leg defeat to Lee
Third leg,
Shewan,
it's
where
Alan to throw first.
he was a dart
Game
away
on.
from the perfect day. But yeah, like I said, a lot of the players now got this so much tungsten out there, and you know you've seen
85.
Luke Humphreys with these really long stems. People have cut down flight, but the big thing, and certainly from Somerset as well, as Justin Pipe was the first person. He had a 72mm point in
81.
one day. It was like throwing a javelin. And both me and Chris Murphy, who was the commentator for Group C, sort of the way he throws a dart, you've got to be
85.
concerned, because some of the angles the dart go in for Mike Norton, hitting a treble 20 in the left side of the bed can have real connotations. They've been having to move because he won't be able to
60.
see other parts of the bed. And yeah, I guess they're the trials and tribulations and the ups and the downs of having a desired dart for yourself that suits you.
99.
Whilst we've got this opportunity just quickly away from the Super Series, we'd like to send our congratulations to one of our very own, Owen Binks, who is
41.
referee on stage 2 at the UK Open. That's a brilliant job, does our Owen.
130.
Yeah, it's just it was nice to have a little bit of an interview there with Chris Murphy, so I think it's my chance to give back and just say we're another fantastic week with a brilliant
95.
production team that we have.
Alan, you
and
require
all
102.
commentators, presenters, absolutely brilliant job from everyone. As Alan Tabern looks at treble 19. You'll now look at the 18s bed.
28.
And that statement's even confirmed, like I said, a third referee, and a sign of a good referee for me is that actually never noticed them. Justin's here tonight doing a great job.
100.
Will Alan Tabern do a great job on this 74?
Alan, you require 74.
2 options, treble 18 or usual one is treble 40. That's probably what he's thinking about right now. And that's what you can't do, Mr. Big Number, because all he's going to get now is probably a dart at the bull, because he'll be looking at the 13s bed. It's bullseye for Tabern, just a little bit scruffy.
42.
That is wrong.
Mike, you require 124.
That is right. Bordering on disrespectful for 164. And it's bullseye this time. He certainly won't be laying up.
99.
And do you know what? Part of me would have laid up
Alan,
there.
you require 32.
Part of me would have been absolutely fuming that he did that, and I'd have laid up
That's
myself.
game
but
shot. And the third leg. Alan
maybe the way he's
Tabern.
holding his hands there, did he think it was 174? Has he not read the situation there? Because 124
Fourth
you
leg, it's
don't lay
Mike to
up.
throw first. Game on.
No matter what the situation is, Tabern finds himself 2-1 up.
And there's that left-hand side bed that Chris Murphy sort of alluded to there. That
124.
made him have to go down to the 19s. Guess one of the problems of having a large point.
81.
You tend to have issues with the bed, don't you?
It's a serious pair of grey slacks he's wearing. Just beginning to settle down as Mike Norton.
140.
He's just one of them players who are never going to get the headlines. He's not going to get me on the balcony saying Mike's going to win tonight. He just probably enjoys the fact he's just doing his thing and then coming up to the commentator afterwards and say, "Told you so."
Although he did bring us a supply of donuts on
59.
Thursday.
And that was my next. He's just a very likeable person, isn't he? You want to see him do well. Two great guys that you've seen in your picture here, by the way. This, you know, you get players like Marmite. I don't think I like him, and da-da-da. I think with these two, they're just two good guys.
It's actually saying to me that he's looking to get back into football. He's only 60, 54. He said. He's only coming up for 60, he said. He's very much one of those people that lives for the day, lives for the moment, lives for the now.
100. Mike, you require 124.
Would he be living for the moment? Would he be living for the now? Would he go for the 124? Not quite on this occasion. And so Tabern for 3-1.
56. Alan, you require 95.
No, Tabern is a very experienced player. He might look at the bull first of all. And that's exactly what he's done. A lot of the modern players now, they've gone the treble 19. It's tops for Tabern. And it's 3-1, Alan Tabern.
The fourth leg.
This
Alan
group is
Tabern.
getting very, very interesting. This is where my co-commentator comes into his own. He'll be looking at the stats, the number crunching, to make me look good.
Fifth leg, it's Alan to throw first. Game on.
I could tell you the stats. Alan Tabern's leading 3-1.
And that's quality, isn't it? Quality commentary there.
96.
Build him up, Buttercup, and he does that to me.
Well, Tabern here averaging 84.16. We have 11 on the
97.
outer ring. That's kind of been around where he's been all week. He had an incline performance against Andy Boulton, but Boulton himself 94.5 average. Now, what this will mean is a 4-1 win for Alan Tabern would actually mean everything would possibly be on the table going into the final game, because if Mike Norton then beat Andy Boulton by 4 legs to 1, you know what I'm going to say.
125.
And there you see a different side of Alan Tabern. He was not like this yesterday. He wasn't showing emotion. He wasn't showing disappointment. Like I said,
100.
It's much better
Alan,
performance. And
146.
just to put it in perspective, his best average of the week was his previous game. His second best is the current one. And what a finish this would be from the Saint.
Mike, you require
Well,
164.
wonderful setup. And Mike Norton, big outside chance at 164. Over to you, Alan Tabern.
A 13 darter to finish it.
78.
It's an average of 88.5.
Alan, you require 32.
It's good stuff from Alan Tabern.
No score.
Didn't expect that one.
Mike,
but
you
can you remember
86.
yesterday, Henry? He went into that double 16 on double 8. And we used the Paul Hogan. And what, that's criminal. Absolute criminal. And what I mean by that is he didn't hit the big 18 to leave the bull. He'll be disappointed with that, Will Mike, because they're the types of chances in this kind of night, the fundamentals that you've got right. And I fully expect Alan Tabern to hit this double 8 this time. Precariously close to that double 16 again.
16.
Messy, just a little bit.
Mike,
unlike Alan Tabern.
It's presented Norton with the chance again. This is tops. Double 10.
48.
And so Tabern gets another reprieve.
Alan, you require
He's
16.
already missed 14 darts at double in this match. To take Group 2 all the way to the final game. You can't get any closer without it going in.
No score.
You can't get any closer.
Mike, you require 10. Game shot and the fifth leg.
24 missed darts at a double going into that dart there from Mike Norton. Alan Tabern will be absolutely furious. Just 15% on the checkout ratio, 3 from 20.
Sixth leg is Mike to throw
Apologies
first.
for repeating myself, but that is just so unlike Alan Tabern. if we've had criticisms over the years in Alan Tabern's illustrious career, it's the fact that his
81.
scoring was difficult to match the real elite players. But if you ever give him a sniff, he'd take a chance at double straight away. He'll be steaming right
80.
now. And things just seem to be going against him. Mike Norton has to capitalise.
Do you want the bad news, Glenn?
No 9 darts.
No.
140.
We have seen a couple before. We've seen one go into overtime here before.
I was thinking of you earlier. I went to that cafe that I met you
77.
last time I was here.
Mm.
Slept in. 10 past 11 I woke up this morning.
Some of us had to work.
I used to be Premier League champion, me, you know.
60.
Used to be Premier League champion, and now you're sitting in cafes in Portsmouth. Do you have your usual?
47.
Didn't get there for the breakfast. It was dinner this time.
Ooh, what are we talking about?
Mushroom omelette. Delish.
If I'm not here in
78.
this commentary box, it's because I'm just about to go next door and vom. Mushrooms is my food hell. This could be a heavenlish delight for Mike Norton against the Saint if he could take out this 142. Because Tabern has already sinned a few times in terms of doubles, which would have put him in a good position to go
92.
through.
After what Tabern did earlier, I think if I was Mike Norton, I'd smack the ball in one dart next. All Tabern can do is set it up. And what's very
65.
interesting here,
Mike, you require 50.
in fact, if we go down to the last darter, oh no, I've got that wrong. I'm just looking at the who's got the dart in the last leg, but it's double 10 here for Norton.
30.
Oh, just a little bit messy.
Alan, you
Missed
require
doubles being the
98.
theme of this match. It'd be typical of dart players to have a 2-dart combination on the
Game,
tough 98
shot,
finish.
and a match.
And there you go,
Alan
the arms go up
Tabern.
in the air. And what he's trying to say to you, where was the doubles in that game between us there, Mike Norton? In the end, Alan Tabern gets the 2 points he desired. Just makes it a very interesting game between Mike Norton and Andy Boulton, but the tail of the tape there, nothing much between them once again. It was all about the missed doubles, but it was just Alan Tabern that wanted it just that little bit more. Next up, what a massive game. Please don't miss this one. The massive scoring of Scott Walters, the hugely impressive Gary Stone, and more important, the winner goes through. Looking forward to that one.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where the final couple of group games are about to take place. We have Scott Taylor already through to the semi-finals, but plenty of possible permutations in the final games. Glenn Durrant and Henry Deacon have been watching in commentary, and I guess, guys, that the biggest standout result of the evening was the first match.
Yes, it has to be said, and welcome to our little sanctuary down here in the commentary box. And as you mentioned, that we expected Gary Stone, didn't we, to get off to a positive start. As you can see in the commentary box, we go absolutely crackers. But we've expected Gary Stone to get off to a positive start. It wasn't just the fact he lost to Scott Taylor, because we know the quality that he had, but maybe the manner of the defeat was the one that maybe surprised us.
And what impressed us was his interview before that. I wrote some notes down. He looked so determined, even bordered on a little bit angry at the fact that we were overlooking him over Andy Boulton. And, you know, and I just thought, you know, I think it could be Gary Stone's night. But fair play to Scott Taylor. 2 out of 2 in that group. We did highlight that he's one of them players who's played at the very best, been to a Pro Tour final, a great, great player, and just has a wonderful A game. He always has the concerns about his B game, but he's been the standout player right now. So let's find out a little bit more about Gary Stone, because what a massive, mouth-watering game that is against Scott Walters.
And it wasn't as if he played bad. Scott Taylor played some exhilarating stuff. Stone in that game, a 91.44 average. It was the 1 out of 5 on the doubles, ultimately, which came to cost him in the end. So we know he's playing at a level, and he's taken on Scott Walters, who, it has to be said, struggled at times in his game against Scott Taylor.
It's just been like I say, it's just been a very, very interesting night. Scott Walters is just a monumentally good player. Massive scoring. You know, a hugely impressive player. You know, got the crowd on his side, being the local player as well. It's just a very, very interesting game.
I just want to ask Glenn how Gary can pick himself up from that first match. I did see him. He was devastated after losing 4-1 in his first game, coming here as one of the 2 favourites on this potential collision course with Andy Boulton. Obviously, you've been in similar positions from time to time. How do you pick yourself up when you have to play again and you've got another chance?
If I had a criticism about Gary Stone, it's been the mental side of it. I think I used the word he's underachieved, but I'm trying to say it in the best possible way, because I totally respect Gary Stone. I believe in him. I think he's a fantastic player. I think he can be a Pro Tour card holder. He's that good. And my words this week have been critical, because he was absolutely incredible. So let's find out a little bit more about him now, Murph, after that first game. He's got an blockbuster match against a very, very good player in Scott Walters, and none of the scenarios we've discussed in here is Gary Stone not getting to the semi-final. That's now a distinct possibility.
Yeah, straight shootout in that one. One for you, Henry, as well. Mike Norton, he's now got the unenviable task of beating Andy Boulton to get through, and he's going to need to do it well as well, a 4-2 victory or better.
Yeah, and as we've seen from Andy Boulton this week, he's been playing stuff which is around the 90 mark. Of course, Mike Norton is capable, but you get the sense that Norton's going to have to go up towards Boulton's level, because you don't expect Boulton to deviate down to the level that we saw from Mike Norton. It was an average of just under 80. Okay, caveat that, the fact that it was 2 out of 10 on the doubles, but you're not going to get afforded opportunities unless you score well. We've mentioned it on commentary for the last 3 days. Andy Boulton's default has been legs in 15 or less. If you're going to beat him, that is the level you've got to get at. And even if you get at that, he has been so ruthless when it's come to the doubles that you may not even get the opportunity in the first place.
Yeah, it's all going to come down to these last 2 group games. I will get your prediction, Glenn, for this one. Straight shootout. Which way is it going to go?
Oh, God, do you know, that is so tough, because I've got a case for both, but 4-3, Gary Stone.
There we go. Glenn Durrant going that way in this group of the Scots, the Scotsman Gary Stone and the 2 Scots, Scott Taylor, one of them already through, of course. Scott Walters hoping to get back to Champions Week after that semi-final run last time he was here. So a big match. It's knockout darts now for this pair from here on in. Will it be Walters? Will it be Stone sealing a semi-final spot? Let's find out. The players are ready, and as you just saw, so are our commentary team. So back to Henry and Glenn.
Thank you so much, Chris. Well, I was put on the spot there, Henry. Who's going to win this one?
The player wearing blue.
You've got splinters off sitting on that fence there.
Nice little look inside our little boudoir that is the commentary box there.
Yes, you could have tidied up behind you there with that bag and coat.
That's not all mine, by the way. I'm not taking full credit for the mess.
Yeah, but both of these players are so dangerous. Like I said, we've spoke so much about this guy. Again, just a quick sort of brief about this week on Monday. Gary Stone, I mean, we're raising our eyebrows. Well, let's say a few people were raising their eyebrows at how good he was. Certainly not me. I've been and played Gary Stone and lost to him. He's a fabulous player, but this guy is super impressive.
99.
It does us tips this week is about Scott Walters having the most 180s and on the handicap betting, and because that's just a sign for me of how much I respect him. I couldn't pick 2 from 3 out with this group, but Scott Taylor's just put his head above the parapet and said, well, I'm in it. And Gary Stone, don't have any concerns about me, he's saying. I'll be fine.
96.
Well, this is some way to respond. Incidentally, if you are tuning in between coverage of the UK Open, we've seen some interesting results tonight. In the last 16, Andrew Gilding getting the better of Brendan Dolan by 10 legs to 8. Nathan Aspinall
57.
got the better of Joe Cullen by 10 legs to 2. Adam Gavlas into the quarterfinals, beating William O'Connor 10-3. But the big news is Richie Burnett, the 1995 champion of the world, is into the quarterfinals of the UK Open 28 years on. He beat Peter Wright by 10 legs to 8. Gary Stone is looking to put a flake in it in the opening leg.
His favourite double bean tops.
79.
Just below.
Scott, you require 149.
Scott, what as those data is in this match, will that be important as he looks at treble 19? That would have been interesting. Gary Stone's got a lot to think about right now. Tonight hasn't gone his way.
20.
But this be a great start to break a throw.
That's game shot. And the
questions
first leg,
being asked to Gary Stone. This time he has the answer. He'd be feeling good about himself. That was a 14-dart break a throw. Just what he required. He's taken his time.
Second leg is
a
Gary
sip of the water.
First.
And
Game
these are the
on.
things, Henry, that I've been really impressed with Gary this week. The 180s, etc., might have impressed you, and I wasn't 100% sure. I knew he had that in his armoury. What I'm just beginning to like is this inner determination from him. He's not shaking his head, waving his arms about, showing his opponent. It's just all business from Gary Stone this week. And yeah, he just seems to be gritting his teeth. And when he does, he produces this type of darts.
180.
He mentioned in his pre-match interview that he's hit the crossbar on many occasions on a Saturday night at the Super Series.
43.
But he is looking to knit one, curl one here tonight. Almost Phil Foden-esque. That's what he wants to do tonight.
105.
I thought it was knit one, pearl one. Until my mum was a knitter.
140.
Big
Gary
scoring
require
again there from Walters, but it's Gary Stone, 120 after 9 darts. This is for a 12-darter.
Game shot and the second leg, Gary Stone.
Super impressive. And sometimes it's important that the commentators say nothing here. You just look at that finish and just nod your head like we did in approval.
Scott to throw first. Game
Gary
on.
Stone, we may have had a couple of concerns after that first result. He's got the bit between his teeth and he is delivering.
140.
And a wonderful camera angle as well, shot by our brilliant production team who do a lot of work behind the scenes to bring you these
131.
pictures here at the Super Series. And the players are delivering averages of 101.33, 117.
96.
After a couple of legs in Gary Stone's case. And it doesn't look as if he's going to be regressing either.
96.
You might see Scott Walters go downstairs on 265. He doesn't have to because Gary's even on a less score, but 265, just one treble 19 would have left a 170 finish. There's the anger from Gary Stone, which I'm liking. When the anger comes, so does the treble 20s. It's been great to find out that he's been watching his, the playbacks, and that's some of the things he can go on social media and YouTube and look at some of his matches and learn.
61.
There's the exhale of breath. Just assessing the situation, Henry. He realises nothing in this game.
100.
The final treble will feel like gold dust.
And he's rattling through this game as well. We've only played 4.5 minutes and he's left himself on a makeable finish for a 3-0 lead. He's left himself 93 after 12.
85.
Walters
Gary required 93.
on his coattails, but this will be for a second breaker throw in this game.
Shot,
and Gary Stone is in
Stone.
cruise control of this game now. He's 3-0 to the good against Scott Walters in what is a de facto eliminator.
Fourth leg, it's Gary to throw first. Game on.
Absolutely impeccable dart so far from Gary Stone, averaging over 112. This is
44.
Dart is all about timing. Dart is all about producing it when you need to do it. In a finals night at MODUS Super Series is when you want to be doing the goods.
83.
We had lots of conversation on Twitter this week about it's a little bit unfair how Gary has done so fantastically well in Group A, but it means nothing on Saturday night. Well, Group A was when Group A was. Now he has to deliver. Now, you know, look at someone like the longevity of Taylor and Van Gerwen. They've got to produce every night.
180.
2 of the 3 winners have come from Group A this week. Well, 2 of the 3 winners have come from Group A this phase. That was almost a 180 backed up by a 180.
What a very enjoyable game. And Scott Walters hasn't done an awful long run tonight. And he could be walking away with only
45.
a couple of legs on the board.
But even in that defeat, Gary Stone averaged 91.5. This is touching 110.
44.
It is going to go down quite dramatically because that's the first time we've seen any kind of block whatsoever from the Scot. And when I say it goes down drastically, it goes down to 105.5. And Walters
100.
is just doing well to get any kind of craving, any kind of opening. He's averaged 94 and hasn't even had a dart at double yet in this match.
Gary 2 treble 19s here would have left him tops.
93.
And that last dart once
Scott,
again,
you
because
require
all of a sudden you'd be
93.
thinking, where's them trebles gone? And an awful lot of pressure on this 93. He's been aggressive by going straight for treble 9. It's double 16.
61.
Just bends the wire as Gary looks at 81.
Gary require 81.
He would be using the bullseye, and it's bullseye for the match. But that is a
37.
long, long away. I think you heard
Scott,
his
you
reaction
require
to that.
32.
To give Scott Walters a lifeline. That slits into the double 7, so double 9 is what he wants. He makes the readjustment
Game shot
and he
the
finds a
fourth
way
leg.
in.
Scott Walters.
It's a breaker throw. He brings it back to 3-1. And that could well be the first journey on the road to 1,000 miles.
Fifth leg, it's Scott to
Or
throw
it could just
first.
be
Game
an
on.
academic path through to the semi-finals for Gary Stone.
It was a breaker throw. You've got to remain positive. Scott Walters only has to break
100.
Gary Stone once, albeit he has to hold his own on 2 occasions. So it's heavily weighted in the favour of Gary Stone.
97.
But you've got to remain positive.
Scott Walters, once again, has changed his flights. We saw this on Thursday evening where he had those
97.
fluorescent see-through flights for the first couple of games, then reverted back to these flights, but that was only for the solitary match, for then going back to
24.
the Old Faithful as well. Following defeat in that first one, he has gone back to that particular combination. It's just a shorter stem, isn't it, with the flight on top.
71.
Yeah, it's a strange decision to make, but, you know, Peter Wright's just sort of changed the game over the past 5 years
84.
in relation to equipment. So it's not as if it's too major now, and he'll have his reasons why. He's probably searching for this type of 180.
180.
Perfect timing for him, and all of a sudden, you don't want Gary Stone to implode.
95.
Really important.
Scott, you
Gary will
require
be thinking of the
53.
next leg already as Scott Walters. This is the first part of the 53
Game shot
finish.
and the fifth
And
leg.
he does
Scott
that with
Walters.
aplomb, and the crowd are there with him. He's the local boy. They've been a little quiet there, and that will help Henry as well, to have them people behind you.
Sixth leg, it's Gary to
We're
throw
going to
first.
find out an
Game
awful
on.
lot about Gary Stone in these next 15 to 18 darts.
His biggest leg of the week, it goes without saying.
96.
When CSC's home and hose. If not, then we head through to the Shredsville. That is a last leg decided to see who is going to join Scott Taylor in the
100.
semi-finals from Group 1.
And Scott Walters would have the darts in that last leg. And from 3-0 down, that would be
96.
a killer blow from Stowe. But he's doing well. 1 treble visit in the first 6. That's acceptable. You're making your opponent do 2 trebles.
60.
And that hasn't been done. Advantage Gary Stone in a very important part of this match. Doesn't even consider looking at the 19s on 309 to start. He might go back upstairs.
40.
Oof. Just when you got the control. Scott Walters could have just done with a little as Gary Stone, but that's a good second dart there. There's nothing in this, Henry.
95.
Scott Walters' level hasn't dipped. He is met in the middle with Gary Stone, but Stone is making a push to the line. He may have just found a huge visit to leave himself first to a finish after 12.
This is good from Gary Stone. But the thing with Scott Walters, he's always got this massive scoring in the background. Just when you're beginning to write your own story, your own conclusion.
80.
Once again, what a save. It leaves a 2-darter. Gary Stone's now in a fantastic position. And that nod there, just I think it could be a point of realisation that this is probably just 45. A step too far.
Gary
Stone,
49.
we've doubted your mental side here at times. You've got 2 darts at tops. Double 10 for a place
29.
in the semi-final.
Scott, you require 101.
Chance for Walters.
This would be some way to save it. It is still on. Needs the treble here to leave himself a dart at double 18. The treble not found. Stone returns
85.
for double 10. This is
Gary,
for the semi-finals. This is to go in a couple of games of glory.
This is not easy, Henry. What a
game,
dart.
shot, and the match.
What
Gary
a
Stone.
fabulous ending to that game. Scott Walters can't wait to get up the stage. He'll feel disappointed for his friends and family who were there, and Gary Stone just shrugs away. What was that all about? But he should be absolutely delighted to come through that tough group. It probably didn't go as well as expected, but he's in the semi-finals and he must focus on the positivity from that. That double 10 was absolutely superb. And also the highlight was that wonderful Shanghai 120 finish. For Scott Walters, the disappointment of the MODUS Super Series continues. He'll be absolutely devastated. He didn't demonstrate his best, but he will be back. And the final game of the group stages is coming after the short break. It's Mike Norton against the also-impressive Andy Boulton.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we've just seen a real reaction from Gary Stone, winner of Group A. A loser in his first match tonight, went down 4-1 to Scott Taylor. He was devastated after that game, but he's come back and beaten Scott Walters 4-2 to make it through to the semi-finals. We are one more match away from completing the semi-final lineup here. Gary Stone through, Taylor through, of course, as well. But it's all about getting through to Champions League. That's what the winner of tonight will do in this third series of the MODUS Super Series. And in Series 2, well, Raymond Smith and Matt Clark faced off in the grand final. Here's what happened.
That does not guarantee that this one will, but the way that Clark has performed in this final, when he's thrown first, has been nothing short of miraculous.
12 weeks of darts, 12 winners, 6
41
down to the finals night, down to 4 for the semi-final, and now down to the last leg. If that doesn't sum up the whole thing about MODUS Super Series, nothing does.
It's a marathon, this thing. This is game 1,352 in this series, and it will be the very last leg of it.
What did I say about Matt Clark, who opened at 140, 180, he's regular on his throw. All of a sudden, one treble will feel like gold.
60.
And all of a sudden, you're creeping into treble 7. It takes someone like Raymond Smith now to hit a 140 here.
And he might just do it. You can hear a pin drop in here. Everybody can hear the darts hitting the board. That 140 is one of the best he's hit this week, maybe the very best of the lot.
I'm just trying to put you into the mind of the players. Matt Clark's now thinking, shake them off. What you panicking for? You're winning your darts.
100.
Raymond Smith now taking the dart. It's now a 3-0-1 game. Nico, what is going on?
He's going to switch. Oh, he's not. I was convinced he was going to go to the 17s because previously in the week, that's what he's been doing. It's a great standard of a final. There you can see 3 180s in this final. And the averages are very, very healthy. But Matt Clark falters.
Raymond, you require 161.
And Raymond Smith has got 6 from here to write his name into MODUS Super Series history.
Finally, I've called something right. I just had the feeling Matt Clark wouldn't have it all his own way after dominating his darts.
65.
And that leaves a 2-dart combination. Matt Clark on 255. There's the breath. He'll feel like it's all away, but you've got one chance, Matt. The biggest 180 of your life right now. And all of a sudden now he's have to go downstairs. Now it's the connotations. If he stays there, he leaves a bogey.
100.
That was dangerous.
That was a gamble.
Require 96.
Is the gamble going to pay off, though? Because Raymond Smith has the first shot for the title. He's going to stay straight and go for double 8 and win it! Raymond Smith is the man! The guru thinks his way to the end, and he gets it done! £20,000 belongs to him! The gamble of coming across the planet has paid off, and he will be on a flight back to Australia in a few hours' time, and he doesn't even want to keep his own darts. He's given them to a fan in the front row, but now he can afford a new set. The biggest paycheck possible from the MODUS Super Series belongs to the guru, Raymond Smith. Wonderful performance, averaged well, the confetti is everywhere, and unfortunately for Superman, he found his kryptonite in Raymond Smith.
That is what it's all about. That's what this is all for. £20,000 collected by Raymond Smith, our Series 2 winner, joining the Roll of Honour with Conan Whitehead. All the players here trying to get through to Champions Week. The winner here tonight will do exactly that. And it's the last group game about to get started. Andy Boulton, well, a win would see him go through as the group winner with Alan Tabern in second. A single leg would secure his place in the semi-finals. As for Mike Norton, after losing to Tabern, he needs to beat Boulton. But any scoreline would be enough for him to go through with Boulton unless he beats him 4-0, in which case, inexplicably, the X Factor would be dumped out. Stranger things have happened. Back to Henry and Glenn.
Well, I'm glad you said that then, Chris, because I've got my fingers and toes out here working out everything. And yeah, not once did I think that Andy Boulton couldn't qualify after that big opening win against Alan Tabern. So every eventuality is out there. These are the types of moment dart players practice for. They put their hours in, they travel. But right now, the MODUS Super Series is the big amateur title to win right now. And, you know, to get through your week and then get the opportunity to play in that unbelievable, fantastic Champions Night. Champions Week where Raymond Smith, in that video just prior, £20,000. And what was funny about that story, Henry, within 3 hours later, he was on a flight back to Australia.
There's a load of people outside the venue congratulating him, as he would after any big tournament win. And there was to a point, and he's a real nice guy, is Raymond.
First leg, it is Mike to throw first.
He said,
game on.
Guys, I've got to go back. I've got to pack my bags. I've got to go home.
Just something you pointed out in that last game about the change of equipment for Scott Walters. Peter Rice just played a game against Richie Burnett and changed his darts in the match 4 times. 4 different sets of darts in one match. That must be a new record. I think he'll get a set of darts one day where he'll have a set for scoring and pick a set up for his finishes.
44.
I think that's not too far away.
I think the only thing we haven't seen from Peter Wright is throw 3 individual darts in one visit.
Or do a Scott Williams and throw the 3 of them together.
He is famous for that, is Scott Williams. Whenever you watch him play on a televised stage, his last 3 warm-up darts will always be together and they'll be yanked towards the board.
Well, he done one of his blind 180s at the UK Open, but unfortunately, when he turned his head, he hit a big 1.
The other one is Graham Usher. He throws right-handed during some of his
134.
One for the notebook. Next time you're on the Pro Tour, Glenn.
Now, that's just a little bit of inexperience, naivety there from Might Not, because his last dart should have been at the bull, because a 25 would have left a 167.
100.
I guess the first job here for Andy Boulton is just get a leg on the board first of all and eliminate any concerns of a 4-0 victory for Mike Norton, which would rule Andy Boulton out of the semis.
And he requires 72.
Now, interesting enough, the winner of this group will play Gary Stone in the semi-final. The runner-up would play Alan Tabern.
That's game shot. And the first leg,
Andy Boulton doesn't care right now. He's on just this massive winning streak right now. And that streak continues. He's on a charge.
Second leg, it's Andy to throw first. Game on.
He's only conceded 1 leg so far tonight. As we say, we know already it's going to be
60.
Stone and Taylor who make their way through Group 1. Taylor topping the group, having won each of his 2 matches. But Stone probably been the most consistent player tonight over 2 matches. But Mike Norton has shown moments of brilliance. That's a max to start for him.
$59.
Can he follow up? Can he follow up?
You promised.
100.
Promised you wouldn't say anything leg darts 4-6. I'm never going to get me 9 while I'm working with you, am I? What we will get from Andy Boulton is absolute quality.
140.
And that'll feel great. But it's Mike Norton who's taking the ascendancy in this leg. He was absolutely fantastic on Thursday morning, Henry, wasn't he?
82.
One of them guys, he was 14-1 to win the group. You know, we weren't chatting about him. He wasn't on the headline chat. And he just went on and just put on a very proficient display.
140.
Very impressive, consistent throughout.
139.
Professional job. Which is what Andy Boulton's done throughout the
59.
course of the week. And this 102, it really wouldn't surprise you if he took this out. This has been what he's done for the last 6 days. 82 left. Now 81 left.
Yeah, it's a strange decision to go, but obviously many players do on 82, but the size of the bullseye target, the size of the treble 14.
66.
For me, there's only one way you should go when your opponent's sat on 80. First part of it done. He's going to get one dart at tops to get it back into this game.
That's game shot.
Well
and the
done, Mike
second
Norton.
leg.
That's a
Mike
fantastic
Norton.
final dart. I'm sure, like many of the players, they've watched Andy Boulton, and some of the averages have been absolutely staggering. The
Third leg,
commentary
it's
haven't
Mike to
shut
throw
up about
first.
Andy Boulton
Game
at
on.
times this week. Mike Norton just holds his hands up and says, "Hey, don't forget about me."
68.
And he is relishing every single moment of this opportunity here at the Super Series. He's just getting this buzz
57.
from it. It's opportunity to be a part of the big time. And I suppose when you're in a position that Mike Norton's in, where he's involved a lot in the running of the sport,
85.
in organisation, in admin, in things like that, suppose he must feel 10 times happier that he can actually enjoy the spoils for himself.
135.
Yeah, I think that's a fair assessment. I did get to a stage anywhere I was running all the competitions in Teesside. It was either it's about me
91.
or I'm going to be a darts organiser. So I had to make the decision in 2011 to walk away from not organising it and pass the reins on to somebody else.
59.
First time of the week that Andy Boulton's gone a little bit quiet. Still averaging over 93. Quality contest. Mike is averaging over the 90
41.
mark right now. It's the 180 in the game so far. And that's come from Norton.
Can't be too bad if you're averaging 93 and we think he's being quiet.
100.
That's the levels he has shown this week. Suddenly he's on 150 after 12.
And speaking about sort of giving back to the game, don't forget, originally from Stoke is Andy Boulton, but now living
30.
in Androssan and North Ayrshire Darts
Andy Ruckar,
Academy.
150.
He's the mentor. A lot of the kids around there playing the JDC, including Bailey, his son. And he reached the semi-final in the road to Gibraltar last week.
That's game shot. And the third leg, Andy Boulton.
As I'm waxing lyric about Andy Boulton, he pings that 150. Is there anything this man can't do this week?
Fourth leg, it's Andy to throw first. Game
Pins
on.
a double 18 for the 150. That could be a big moment. I don't know why we're surprised about the fact that it went, because it was his 5th visit to the board.
137.
Just getting better and better.
He's like that vintage wine that we won at the quiz on Monday night.
Lambrini.
60.
More like a Lambretta.
Yeah, more like a Lamborghini right now. I think the term that Henry used in the beginning of the week is like a
60.
Rolls-Royce dart player. And he's been absolutely brilliant. But what I'm liking, Henry, is the fact he's loving being here at the MODUS Super Series. He said it's everything I thought it was going to be and more.
60.
And for a guy who's just come off the professional tour, where at times you treat like royalty in the PDC, he has took a step back. But in life, Henry, sometimes you take a step back
140.
to make 2 steps forward. And it could be a big year for Andy Boulton. I think he's playing as well as anybody right now.
91.
Following the conclusion of this
Andy
game, we will have a
Ruckar,
bit of an interval
164.
before we then head into the semi-finals. The semi-finals, which going to see Andy Boulton
100.
very much a part of the offing.
$85. Andy requires 64.
64 then for 3-1. Tops.
24.
I think we just assumed that was going in there, the way our reactions, our body language was there. The man is human. 15 darts and he hasn't finished. Go figure.
60. And do you require 40? That's game shot and the fourth
16
leg.
will do for
Andy
3-1
Boulton.
advantage. Averaging 96.79. His opening average was 94.62. Averages below 90 just don't tend to happen for Andy Boulton. That's why we said we thought he was so dangerous going into tonight.
140.
And the gap in terms of leg play is perhaps represented by the chasm in the averages, which we've just shown on your screen there.
100.
Yeah, so this was the third part that does us tips. I fancied Andy Boulton to
59.
win 4-2 or better. So far, so good. But the bet was let down when Scott Taylor absolutely destroyed Gary Stone early doors.
40.
Something I didn't expect, but what I did expect was to see Gary in the semi-finals, and this is all been set up for just a fantastic finale to the week.
132.
That's great board management from Mike Norton from 302 using that treble 18 bed. And that sublime treble 20 leaves the big fish. We haven't seen that this week. Is it about to happen now?
180. Mike, you require 170.
The fish.
$60.
Well, as well as as well as Andy Boulton's played this week, even he can't finish on 181.
137.
Still angry, even
Mike,
missing
you
that
require
treble 20 after
110.
that first start. But what a position this is in. You feel this 110 has to go. All he can do is set it up.
50.
Is
And you
Boulton on the
require
cusp.
44.
Double 16.
That's game shot. And the match.
And so
Andy
Boulton, with 2 4-1 wins in the group stages, sees himself into the semi-finals with some aplomb. It was 2 defeats for Mike Norton on finals night, unfortunately for him. And so it's going to be Alan Tabern who claims the 4th and final spot through to the semi-finals, which we're going to see with you from around about 10 p.m. this evening. We'll be joining our friends at Sporty Stuff TV in the United Kingdom. Well, one final job for us to do then in the YouTube part of our broadcast. That is to head up to the balcony after this short break, and then we're going to have a feature VT before play gets back underway at 10 o'clock on Sporty Stuff TV.
Ladies and gentlemen, just a quick reminder that the semi-finals will start at 10 past 10, so just enjoy yourselves, listen to the music, get yourself another drink, and the darts will be back on at 10 past 10. Thank you.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $180.
Yeah, it's all about getting through to Champions Week and lifting that check. You just saw Conan Whitehead do it earlier this evening. You saw the Raymond Smith final from Series 2. We're in Series 3 here, Week 4, and the semi-finals are set up. Just a quick reflection on what we saw in the groups. Scott Taylor, fantastic. Andy Boulton, fantastic. But a real reaction from Gary Stone to get through.
Yeah, it's probably only Gary Stone's the only little section there which we didn't really expect, but he showed that bounce-back ability that I sort of was a little bit, is it there with him? It's great when you're flying like it was on Monday, but I wanted to see a different side of him, and I've been really impressed with Gary Stone. What a mouth-watering semi-finals we've got coming up.
Yeah, and the man we're not talking about, so let's, Alan Tabern. He's lost more matches than he's won this week, but here he is in the semi-finals, about to take on Scott Taylor.
It would be a great story. It's like the Battle of the Northwest, that first semi-final, because Scott Taylor's been absolutely brilliant, but he is prone to suddenly going from an A game to a C game, and maybe just the wily old character of Alan Tabern will just sort of capitalise on that. That one's not going to be one-sided as potentially what the group stage has looked.
Yeah, that's the first semi-final, getting underway about 10 past 10 tonight. If that's a battle of the Northwest, then we've got a real battle of the North-North, haven't we, in the next one, as Andy Boulton takes on Gary Stone, the match that many thought would be the final this evening.
Yeah, me included, I think Gary Stone and Andy Boulton included as well, so you know, just the fact we're seeing them. But it won't be for the first time. They've already played 3 times this week, with Gary Stone winning all 3. And we've spoken an awful lot about Andy Boulton since, so the one hurdle that Andy Boulton hasn't got over so far is beating Gary Stone.
But Andy Boulton means that he's 11 matches he's won in a row now. He's just looking $1 million, isn't he?
Yeah, he's just like a Rolls-Royce player. I think we quoted downstairs, and he's just aesthetically pleasing on the eye. I think he's just really in a good headspace. And you know, his partner Kaylee didn't want him to qualify for Q-Skill. You know, she felt that there was other sort of things away from darts and just maybe giving this amateur a route. And he's also maximising his opportunities still on the professional side with the associate member qualifications on the Europeans as well. So it's just all going very, very nicely for Andy Boulton right now.
Right, listen, I'm sure the viewers are tired of me talking to you. So what we're going to do now is show them, well, me talking to you. Here's part 2 of my interview with this man. And then, of course, you had the success. You won a title pretty early in the PDC. And went on to get that Premier League crown, which you talked about. But the sort of strange part of your story is that if I ask you when the decline started, you would say it happened during that Premier League campaign, right?
Yeah, it was fantastic. And honestly, I always say that part of me coaching that I'm doing, for 1 week in my life, I played Daryl Gurney at Liverpool in the Premier League, and I got a message off a very influential player. And he said, "You are the best player in the world right now." And you know, I used to look back in the dark times at that message. So in April 2020, I went to bed thinking I am currently the best player in the world. Went through lockdown and worked hard. I remember around about the June, July, in a boiling hot in my bedroom, we played Nathan Aspinall, Michael Smith, Chris Dobie, and I remember playing Andy Boulton in the final, who was just relentless in lockdown. I've tried to sort of speak about that in some of my commentary that I've done on Andy Boulton. And so I knew around about the July. And then I had loads of frame shirts completed, and I went round all Teesside. They were snapped up, and the last one I went to, he started querying the way I was throwing a dart and recommended I threw with a kite. That's the moment when I started thinking. I never ever thought about throwing a dart before. If you'd have said after Danny Noppert, you know, how do you stand, how do you throw, all this, you know, all this talk I do when I'm on commentary that I'm trying to get across, being analytic about people's throws. I just threw the dart. All I saw was my handprint of looking at the treble 20, and that's when it all started to go wrong. So round about the August 2020, I'm not sure the exact date when I won the Premier League, but there was about 6 to 8 weeks where all of a sudden I started thinking about my throw, how I wanted to stand, especially that forward press and then bringing it. And as you can see now, I'm not even able to bring my dart back now. And that's all because I started overthinking. And that night I won the Premier League, when I look at that throw, it was a shadow of its former self.
So that night you win the Premier League, you are the premier player in World Darts, you've won the tournament that includes the elite players in the world, yet the throws started to break down, mentally you've started to think differently about darts, and then suddenly over the next, 18 months or so, you start not being able to win matches. What was that feeling like, particularly for someone who was so used to this rapid incline?
At the night I won the Premier League, I must be the only player in Premier League history who was concerned. I was thinking, what is happening to me? I then went to a Euro 2 within 6 hours of winning the Premier League, and that's when my darts were sitting really flat. I remember scraping through a German qualifier, and I beat him, and then went on to play someone and got beat. But it was all this Glenn is Premier League champion. Deep down, I knew there was something fundamentally wrong. And then I went to Riesa and got a message in a German airport. I could see Mac Elkin go white as a sheet and went, Glenn, you failed a COVID test. I did this stupid thing on social media saying, I think I've got a cold. Me being on social media, I had a little bottle of Cavonia or something like that, because education of COVID at that point wasn't really great. And he's me saying, I don't feel very well. Never once thought I had COVID. And the worst thing about it was I got the COVID in a German airport. I mean, I was contacted by the consulate. Matt Porter was constantly on the phone to me. It was an absolute disaster. And I got home a couple of days later, and then all of a sudden, COVID had hit me hard, and I lost a couple of stone. I felt weak. I felt terrible. Never ever recovered after that. And then somehow had a dart to beat Dirk van Duijvenbode at the Worlds to be in the quarterfinals. I think I beat Danny Baggish, and me throws like this, it's, I'm just absolutely scrapping. And the commentators are saying only Glenn Durran could get through these games because I'm that grinder. I'm that player who finds a way to win. I'm getting there. I went home, I was nearly depressed. Gets call, I'm in the Premier League because I've won it again, and that's when it spiraled totally out of control. And then games behind closed doors at the Premier League at the Milton Keynes hotel are just, I cried. I'm not embarrassed to say there was nights I went to bed and I was like, what's happening to me?
So you've gone from going into a room thinking, who am I playing in the final, as you said before, to now going into a room thinking, I'm going to get beat first round.
I remember, and I hope he doesn't watch this, but everybody in the year wanted to play Dawson Michelle one year. He was having a terrible time, and he was the kind of person you looked and like, who's got Dawson? I hope it's me today. And all of a sudden, I'm Dawson Michelle. I remember someone, I think it was Chris Dobie. It was just a joke that but it resonated so bad with me. He's like, Glenn, everybody wants to play you first round. And that was the moment. Then I was like, by then, confidence was on the floor. I was getting slammed 6-0 every week. Walked out of a game midway. It was just a horrid, terrible time. And, I did have the highs of the game and the serious lows in the game.
And obviously now we know that you sat in the commentary chair, you're doing some coaching as well. At what point during that time did you start to think about what else might I be able to do to prolong my involvement in the game that I love?
I went for a job with a local housing company, out of desperation, got the job. I'm thinking, what am I doing? Surely there's some transferable skills that I had. And then got the chance with MODUS Super Series, who were fantastic to do a little bit of commentary. And then the coaching just exploded. I mean, genuinely exploded. Just went absolutely mental. And I'm getting better as a coach. I went to see Wayne Mardle myself through my problems. And, he's what we aspire to be. His knowledge of coaching is sensational. And I've got my own style, my own thoughts, and, things I try to pass across in the commentary box as well. And I'm having a whale of a time. I don't have a day off now until mid-June. And it's just, the hardest thing now is managing the diary.
3 kind of final questions here. Biggest regret?
I don't think I've got any regrets, but maybe playing in the Premier League 2020. But the lure of 35 grand you get for not winning a leg of darts, approximately, when I played in the Premier League, that was a full year of being a housing manager, screamed, shouted at, spat at on one occasion as a housing manager. I just thought if I just get through these 2 weeks, possibly a regret.
One hope for the future, one big hope for the future.
Well, the big hope is that, you know, what a wonderful story it would be if I can go to Q School in January and get my card back and become competitive again. When I watched some of the darts now, I don't think I could ever reach them heights. I don't think I ever did reach them heights. These younger players are getting better and better. A nice story would be get my card back and be competitive again.
And finally, and most importantly, best co-commentator at the MODUS Super Series.
Definitely Henry Deacon. I mean, he's just such a mentor. He's fantastic. But, you know, joking aside, I've worked with some fantastic co-commentators right now, and I'm trying to pinch a little bit of their ideas. You know, I look at you, I look at Dan Dawson, I'm a big fan of Mark Webster. You know, Henry's been absolutely amazing as well, so I'm having an unbelievable time right now.
Well, that wasn't how I foresee that ending, but thanks for your time, Glenn. Thanks for being so honest with us.
Thank you.
Yeah, great to be able to spend a little bit more time with Glenn there and hear about him. He's describing the action in commentary here at the Super Series this week, and he will be part of our commentary team for the semi-finals, which are coming up after this short break. Hi there, welcome to the MODUS Super Series. Your Saturday night starts right here live on Sporty Stuff TV. It is finals night. The group games have already been played here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, and the semi-finals are set. So the first thing to do is bring you up to date. Here's what happened in our first 6 matches this evening.
Opportunities could be limited to big finishes, but he has to put this away because double 9 is not favoured double.
27.
This is not the start Gary Stone was hoping for.
Scott, you require 25.
Scott Taylor has a big chance to take the ascendancy in this match.
That's game
He's in
shot.
full
and
command,
the
he's in
second
full
leg.
control now. Scott Taylor leading Gary Stone by 2 legs to 0.
Seem to be bringing each other on in this game.
127.
I've been keeping an eye on Gary Stone.
51.
And he's straight at that Rocky there. Oof, did you see the big dart this, tops?
11.
And it was all because of that first dart. He will be kicking himself because he
Scott,
looks
you require
so
12.
motivated. Just behind Scott Taylor there. He won't like double 3 though.
That's
but
game
what?
shot and the 4th leg.
Is that the dart?
Scott Taylor.
Because 3-1 in a best of 7 is going to be very, very tough, despite the fact that Gary was a big favourite for this game. Probably look at the 16s bed, looking at where that's gone there. So all he can do is set up.
Scott,
97 is a 2-dart combination. So he'll be looking at treble 19. 2 darts at tops for the match. Who saw this coming?
That's game.
Well,
shot.
Scott Taylor
and
certainly
the match.
did.
Scott
Put the
Taylor.
cat amongst the pigeons in that game. What a start from Scott Taylor. Did with his performance, but he's a big-time
16.
player. And I think the fact
Andy
it's
required
finals night now,
36.
I think we'll see the best of the Taberners. Andy Boulton looks at double 18. And
That's game shot.
14
And the
darter.
first leg. Andy Boulton.
Start what he hopes is going to be a great night for him.
You
If Boulton is
require
having
146.
146 is on the agenda.
Nothing is off limits with the X Factor, except for the 146.
105. Alan, you
Tops
require
to a level
40.
game for Alan Tabern. Him having a word of himself as he goes for the double
30.
10. And maybe he knows the significance of this
Andy, you require
moment.
41.
Bolton 41 to break the throw and open up a 2-0 lead. Was that the chance come and gone? as far as Alan Tabern is concerned. 2 in his hand at double 16, his favoured double on the board.
That's game
Doubles
shot.
the lead
And the
he has on the
leg,
board.
Andy Boulton.
There's the little juicy jiggle.
Tabern.
Yes, statistically, this is Tabern's best game of the week. As he looks at bullseye.
That's game shot. And the 4th leg,
Just as
Alan
a wax and
Tabern.
lyrical about Andy Boulton and looking very confident it was going to be a 4-0 whitewash. Never write this man off.
It's what he wants to seal a 4-1 success to kick-start his group campaign here on Saturday night. And to keep that winning feeling going.
Game.
He
shot.
must feel
And the match,
like $1 million.
Andy Boulton.
And if he keeps playing to levels like that, Andy Boulton may be £5,000 better off. He gets the better of Alan Tabern.
That's the consistency part of the game
60.
that these players are
Scotland
striving
require
for. But it's
24.
24 for Scott Walters. What a fantastic start by the pair of them in this match.
That's game shot. And the 2nd leg, Scott Walters.
He's an impressive player, is Scott Walters. Wire his tail. I wonder if that frustration is thinking about, or is he happy the way he's actually throwing a dart and he's just
45.
right on that target.
Scott, you require 20.
Scott Taylor to get to the semi-finals. There's another 3 darts at this time, a double 10. Getting closer. And
That's
there's the
game
dart for
shot.
Scott
And the
Taylor.
4th
And there's the
leg,
little
Scott
fist bump, which
Taylor.
I think that's enough to tell me that he knew what the situation was.
This is for back-to-back 13
57.
darters to finish.
Scott, you require 40.
It's Taylor for a 4-3
Game,
win, and
shot,
having the
and
throw
a
was
match,
very,
Scott
very
Taylor.
significant in that match. Another quality affair.
Double 12 for Tabern.
Wow, it's just a tale of not only missed doubles, but that's a long, long way from the desired target. And I can assure you, Tabs
No
will be
score.
as shocked as anybody over that,
Mike, you
because
require 40.
yeah, and Mike Norton just was not missing these types
That's
of chances
game shot. And the
in the
2nd
group
leg,
stages. He
Mike
was
Norton.
absolutely outstanding on Thursday. Part of me would have laid up there.
Alan, you require 32.
Part of me would have been absolutely fuming that he did that, and I'd have laid up
That's
myself.
game
But
shot. And the 3rd leg, Alan
maybe the way he's
Tabern.
holding his hands there, did he think it was 1-7 for? In fact, if we go down to the last darter, oh no, I've got that wrong. I'm just looking at the who's got the dart in the last leg, but it's double 10 here for Norton.
30.
Oh, just a little bit messy.
Alan, you
Missed
require
doubles being the
98.
theme of this match. It'd be typical of dart players to have a 2-dart combination on the
Game,
tough 98
shot,
finish.
And a match,
And there you
Alan
go, the arms go up
Tabern.
in the air. And what he's trying to say to you, where was the doubles in that game between us there, Mike Norton? Big score.
140.
Big
Gary
scoring
require
again there from Walters,
120.
but it's Gary Stone, 120 after 9 darts. This is for a 12-darter.
Game shot. And the 2nd leg, Gary Stone.
Super, super impressive. And sometimes it's important that the commentators say nothing here.
He's left himself 93 after 12.
85. Gary
Walters
require 93.
on his coattails, but this will be for a 2nd breaker throw in this game.
shot,
And
and
Gary
the 3rd
Stone
leg,
is
Gary
in
Stone.
cruise control of this game now. He's 3-0 to the good against Scott Walters in what is a de facto eliminator.
His reaction to that?
32.
To give Scott Walters a lifeline. That slits into the double 7, so double 9 is what he wants. He makes the readjustment
Game shot.
and
And
he
the
finds a
4th
way
leg,
in.
Scott Walters.
It's a breaker throw. He brings it back to 3-1.
Walters.
This should be some way to save it. It is still on. Needs the treble here to leave himself a dart at double 18. The treble not found. Stone returns
85.
for double 10. This is
Gary,
for the
you require
semi-finals.
20.
This is to go in a couple of games of glory.
This is not easy, Henry. What a
Game
dart.
shot. And the match,
What
Gary
a
Stone.
fabulous ending to that game. Scott Walters can't wait to get up the stage. You'll feel disappointed for Drossen and North Ayrshire Darts
Andy require
Academy.
150.
He's the mentor. A lot of the kids around there playing the JDC, including Bailey, his son. And he reached a semi-final in the road to Gibraltar last week.
That's game shot. And the 3rd leg, Andy Boulton.
I'm waxing lyric about Andy Boulton. He pings that 150. Is there anything this man can't do this week?
5th leg.
Played this week. Even he can't finish on 181.
137.
Even
Mike,
missing
you
that
require
treble 20 after
110.
that first start. But what a position this is, and you feel this 110 has to go. All we can do is set it up.
50.
Is
And you
Boulton on the
require
cusp.
44.
Double 16.
That's game shot. And the match.
And so Andy Boulton with 2 4-1 wins in the group stages sees himself into the semi-finals with some aplomb. It was
Henry Deacon and Glenn Durrant providing commentary there, and so we have our final 4. 3 matches left to play this week, the 2 semi-finals and tonight's final coming up. Let's just have a quick recap of the results from this evening, and that first one really stood out. Gary Stone, who won Group A, going down 4-1 to Scott Taylor, left himself an awful lot of work to do. Andy Boulton just carrying on this role that he's on, a 4-1 win over Alan Tabern. Taylor then beating Walters opened the door for Stone to get through, as he did there in match 5, and Alan Tabern completing the semi-final lineup. Confirmation of how the groups finished then this evening. Taylor top of the table in Group 1. Boulton also winning both of his games in Group 2. That means that the semi-finals will be, as you can see on your screen there, Scott Taylor against Alan Tabern in a northwest duel between the man from Boulton and the man from St Helens, and Andy Boulton, Gary Stone, both players who live north of Hadrian's Wall. Many thought that would be the final this evening, but it is going to be a showdown in the semis. So without further ado, we are going to get our first semi-final underway. It is Taylor against Tabern, and in commentary, we've got Glenn Durrant and Henry Deacon.
Thank you very much, Chris, and a very good evening to those of you who have just joined us here on Sporty Stuff TV, where we have made it to the Fab Final 4 in Week 4 here of Super Series 3. And how impressive has Scott Taylor looked this evening? He won 4 out of his 5 games on Friday to qualify for tonight's finals, and once there, he has motored his way into the Final 4. Up against him, Alan Tabern, who got through Group B. He was the 3rd place player in that particular group, and I suppose the story of his week has been waiting around and see what would happen in certain scenarios. He had to do that in Group B. He had to effectively survive darts and Harry Ward to be knocked out there. Then he had to wait and see what the outcome was of the final game of the group between Andy Boulton and Mike Norton. But it is Tabern who is through into the semi-finals. It is a straight knockout from here. Justin Bradshaw is your referee for the semi-finals. Glenn Durrant is with me here in the commentary box.
99.
Yeah, thank you, Henry. Yeah, Scott Taylor's been the player of the night so far, because that Group 1 he came through with Gary Stone and the super impressive Scott Walters.
81.
It's a real top quality affair. And he's the kind of guy who's got a fantastic A game. The man from Boulton, he's
58.
sort of has messaged me in between the competition to say he's working on his B game. He's working on his demeanour, the mental side of things, but Alan Tabern was
140.
pretty poor. If I can be so bold in Group B and somehow qualified, and more to the detriment of the way Harry Ward played. And
140.
But he has stepped up a level tonight as Alan Tabern. He's a wily old character. They have played each other before, and twice last year on the Challenge Tour. And that was 1 apiece, so there's nothing there to separate them. And last time they played was actually on a European stage. And it was
44.
Tabern who won that game, but that was a good few years back. The only focus will be on tonight, and it would be a sort of a MODUS Super Series story if Alan Tabern did go through, because he's the person we've least spoke about.
160.
Even in the odds, the bookies had him as a bit of a rank outsider along with Mike Norton. This guy, looking at 160, will be so far so good tonight.
56. Alan, you require 142.
He's just been going about his business in the way that he's needed to. Tabern has inflated his performance compared to what we've seen from him in Group B. You may need to find another level if Taylor can find the stratospheric
59.
heights. The signals in the first leg hasn't been so, but this 104 could be the ignition of the blue touch paper for him in this particular match. He goes the 16s route,
That is game
And he
shot.
finds
the
his way
first
up to
leg,
tops for the
Scott
opening
Taylor.
leg. Still had that chance hitting the single 7. Had to go 57 tops. He did duly that. And maybe that is just the moment that
Second
he
leg
needed
is
to
Alan to
ignite
throw
him into
first.
life.
Game on.
Yeah, the only thing I don't like there is this shake of head, because the way I would look at it, Scott Taylor, you can always depend on him getting big scores. You know, his scoring prowess is
38.
very good. It's just sometimes his doubles. And I like what he's doing there. Now, what his thought process is, I need to break Alan Tabern, which would be nice. And sometimes when you look at the floor and you don't want to hear, you know, the fantastic referee shout 180. So when you hear 38, what he did there is he just calmed himself down, thought of the bigger picture. What's the situation here? And if I start off with a 140, I'm taking control of this leg very, very early.
134.
But Alan Tabern's been there, seen it, done it. A CV to die for as we're doing our preparation tonight. 6 players here.
57.
Alan Tabern by far has got the best CV. 3 times Pro Tour winner. And we just reeled off how many times he's played it. 8 times at Ali Pali, 15 times at the UK Open. Nothing will faze him tonight.
And you made the point during yesterday's coverage that if Alan Tabern makes his way through to the final, that we may see the best of him in that pressure cooker scenario. And the stats for tonight is most certainly pointing in that particular direction.
I didn't think he would play as bad as he did in Group B, but I didn't think he'd play as well as he has tonight. He's just beginning to time his run very nicely. As Scott Taylor looks at another
96.
treble. 90, but still in the advantage of Alan Tabern, though 99's not the greatest finish. It is a 3-dart combination, but that leaves 42. The double 16.
67.
And that was nearly welcome to the party.
Scott,
He's chuntering away tonight as Alan Tabern. I think he was a little bit miffed at the bookie prices early on. So it's only 74. And that will hurt. And one of the good things about then switching to the big treble 14
72.
bed
Alan,
eliminates the potential of a bounce out, but Tabern for 1-1.
$28.
And the most disappointing part of that, Henry, was the
56.
distance away they were from every double. None of them even peppered the double. And Scott Taylor, he'd be thinking, is luck on my side tonight? But you have to execute.
51.
Hugely disappointing.
Alan, you require 4.
All that does is bring Alan Tabern back into the game.
And
That's
back
game
into the
shot,
game
and the
he
second
is, and
leg,
level we
Alan
are at 1
Tabern.
apiece. And Scott Taylor will know that that was a bona fide opportunity he had there. Couple of darts in his hand.
Third leg, it's Scott to throw first.
And you could tell with the release of the final dart in that combination, it just wasn't set fair. There was a sizable pull, wasn't there?
100.
Alan Tabern's highest average in 8 games was 87 this week. He just was
58.
From his high standards, he was quite poor at times, and I was shocked to see him go through. And we had that strange situation very late last night that Harry Ward had to beat him 4-0.
180.
His first max of the match, and Harry Ward got very, very close to it, albeit it was the second leg where Tabern got the winning double for him for that leg he needed. But Harry Ward went on to win the match 4-1. But he's come out a different player tonight, but this is the levels that Scott Taylor has.
100.
When he gets that timing right of that throw, there's no pullback on that throw. It just looks like sheer power as he powers it into the treble. Compared to that
43.
unique throw of Tabern's.
Scott, you require 121.
Something about Taylor and power, isn't there? Double 18.
103.
He's scaring them, isn't he?
It's just about thinking that the finer margins there. The one thing he didn't want to do on that 18 is split
60.
it. He's got so much time on his side
Scott,
where
you require
err on the
18.
side of caution and just go the other side of the wire of the 18s. That's how good these elite players are.
That's game shot. And the third leg,
Fantastic
Scott
start.
Taylor.
What I'm liking from Scott is just a little fist pump. I don't think you'll see too much personality from him. He's not going to turn to the crowd and
fourth leg, it's Alan to
do
throw
a go in
first.
price.
Game on.
But it's just nice to see how much it means he's motivating himself, and I think he's beginning to think he can win this. And self-belief.
95.
Self-belief is key right now.
He senses an opening, and why not? You've got to the final four of a competition. You've got a 25% chance of picking up the winner's check.
That winner's check being £5,000. 1.17 million will be paid out by the MODUS Super Series in 2023. This is the place to be.
140.
Treble 20 is the place that Scott Taylor wants to be. Right now he's outscoring Tabern. Tabern does, he just stays in legs,
125.
Henry, just biting at your ankles, and usually when you give him a dart or a double, he hits it. However, the one disappointment Alan Tabern may take away from him is just that seeing off legs, because usually if you give him a chance, he'll hurt you.
105.
I'm sure they've crossed swords many times locally, local competitions, but like I said, there's not an awful lot to choose from in the stats that we have now. But
100.
my feeling is when they both stepped on their hockey,
116.
they both felt they could win this game, and it's Tabern. As I said, give him a chance and he'll hit it. How's he feeling this time?
76.
Just bends the wire.
Scott, you require 76.
If you've been with us since Monday, we've talked about these types of finishes. This takes you from good
Game
to
shot
great.
and the fourth leg, Scott
That
Taylor.
Was fantastic from Scott Taylor. Is he the man to beat tonight?
And when he's been backed into big corners and in need of big moments, he's come up with good legs. That's a 14 darter there to put it 3-1 to the good. And now he has the throw, and now he has the darts, and now he has the chance to see himself 49. Into the final. But it is only a 49 start, which opens up the door, the corridor of opportunity, if you like, to Alan Tabern to try and claw
96.
His way back into the match.
He's playing as well as Middlesbrough did today.
You can only get to 4 in the Super Series.
85.
To be fair, all of our teams did well, didn't they, around the Super Series? Middlesbrough, Sheffield Wednesday. They got a win against Peterborough. I'm glad Chris Murphy's not here next week because we play
137.
Because we play Sheffield Wednesday next week to Portsmouth.
I'm worried you're going to break your back later. Just looking after you.
Although, not great news for Colchester,
60.
was it?
I'm glad though, because that Bradford victory at the end. Anyway, back to the more pressing things.
54.
Tabern is trying to get back in this match, but you know, when you talk about the MODUS Super Series, now I listen to Henry a lot. I mean, he's commentating so much. He's a big part of this whole production of the MODUS Super Series, and I guess he's seen everything.
125.
For me, it's about a journey. It's about giving people the opportunity. Scott Taylor, where was he going this year? When he lost his England place, he decided, I'm not even going to play Super League
60.
this year. Yet he gets the opportunity of the Super Series, and he's a couple of games away from $5 and the opportunity to be here Champions Week. That's what the story is about the MODUS Super Series. Giving players like Scott Taylor these opportunities.
Will Tabern take the opportunity on the 154? Not this time. And so Scott
98.
Taylor steps to the hockey in need of 82 points to seal his place in the final. It is going to be one dart 62. At tops, which drags just underneath the bed. And 56. That is a match dart we will put in the notepad. Can Tabern save his skin on double 18?
That's game shot. And the fifth leg, Alan Tabern.
He'll bite at your ankles, and if you give him a chance, he'll hit the doubles. He hasn't done that as often as he would like to have done this week.
Leg is Alan
to
just
getting the timing right.
Game on.
There's one thing I will say to the people watching right now. This guy won't panic the fact he was 3-1 down. He'll just continue, and that was an important leg because it was a break of throw.
43.
No, Scott doesn't reassess this time on that 43. He's feeling good. He's seeing that treble 20 like a bucket right now.
180.
It's his second of the match. No, I'm going to talk this time.
58.
So come on, Scott Taylor. Have you got the power? That just slides into treble 7, but the 98 is very acceptable score. 180 in front now. You don't need a commentator to tell you what Tabern needs right now.
100.
But once again, he's just biting at your ankles. Kick him away, Scott.
This is his second 94 average in 3 matches here this
84.
evening. He's playing the type of darts that are championship winning in this format.
82. Scott, you require
And he may be
139.
3 darts away from the match that could seal him the weekly championship.
119.
That leaves double 10 for the match. And has he kicked Tabern away? And that bounce out and the shake of the head probably means
40.
one thing now. Scott Taylor, all them
Scott,
hours of
you require
practice
20.
leads to this moment.
Double 5.
Game.
And is
Shot.
the time
And the
now
match,
for Scott Taylor. He is through to the week 4 final here at the Super Series by getting the better of Alan Tabern by 4 legs to 2. He is 1 match away from the £5,000 top prize. He does so with another average in excess of 90. 36% on the doubles. A 104 high checkout. Whoever he faces in the final, he is going to be some tough opposition to get the better of. But sit back and relax because our second semi-final has a real heavyweight feeling to it. It is the battle of Boulton and Stone. These two have been on a collision course all week and they meet in our second semi-final after this short break.
Thanks for rejoining us here at the MODUS Super Series, live on Sporty Stuff TV, where before the break, Taylor toppled Tabern, and it was a good display for Scott Taylor, wasn't it, Glenn?
He's been good all night, hasn't he? And it's just maybe just part of his journey, and he was one of them players who had the chances. Yeah, so far so good, and quite impressive stats.
Yeah, you can see the disparity between the pair. I think Alan Tabern had kind of run out of lives, hadn't he?
But he was getting better as the day goes, and I was beginning to write the own conclusion to the story of the guy who started pretty rubbish and finished up the winner, but a deserved winner in Taylor.
Yeah, that's the first finalist sorted then. Scott Taylor through will take on the winner of the second semi-final between Andy Boulton and Gary Stone. In that match, Scott Taylor had a nice 104 checkout, and we're now going to turn our attention to this week's Checkout of the Week competition. We'll have a look at these, Glenn, and Scott Walters with the classic, a favourite here at the Super Series.
Yes, the Paul Hinks finish, but it was all about the bullseye there, and we were talking about how well his scoring power was, and to see that finish was great.
Yeah, 1-2-7 in game from the game, but a supersized finish from Shewan, and not the first.
Yeah, he was just beginning to kick in at that point. There was good signs for Lee Shewan at there.
And Harry Ward had his moments of magic as well. Brilliant 1-4-4 to beat Ryan Palmer in a game that kept him alive. But it was kind of too late. Andy Boulton, however, well, he's had every chance to have these kind of classy finishes.
Yeah, and the 158 has been synonymous to this week, and we've seen it a few times, and no sweeter than that one there from Boulton.
Certainly showing he does indeed have the X factor, but it was a little souvenir for the Lion, Ryan Palmer.
I'd be interested to speak with Ryan this week. Just a little lack of belief there, but yeah, it was a lovely finish there, but the 158 stands out from my point of view.
Yeah, pick your favourite as well. Get in touch, vote on Twitter, tweet us at MSS Darts. Let us know which one is your favourite. That is the checkout of the week. We'll announce the winner of that before tonight's final. But Glenn, let's just have a quick talk about the next match now, because many did think it would be the final. It's not, it's a semi-final. The Group A winner, Gary Stone, the Group B winner, Andy Boulton.
Yes, they've been on a collision course, and like I said, this isn't the first time they've played each other this week, and just sit back and enjoy. You've got two of the best amateur players in darts right now, and I can't wait.
Yeah, it's about 5 minutes away. We're just going to chat a little bit more about some of the... We'll dig deeper into the stats here at the MODUS Super Series, some of the elite level stuff. So what we've got here is our top tier stats from this week. And as you can see, we've had 6 ton plus averages, not the biggest amount ever, and I think a few of them will have come from the same player. The quickest game, Scott Taylor versus Robert Rickwood. That's not a surprise really either, is it? What really stands out for you? I mean, the most common checkout there, 158 in terms of big ones. Bullseye finishes, though, stands out for me, 14.
Yeah, 14 is fantastic. When you're in the comms box, the bullseye is just the cherry on the cake. But the one that stands out for me is something that Henry spoke an awful lot about this week, and it's legs 1 under 5 visits. 15 there. I wonder how many of them belong to Andy Boulton.
And it's almost a perfect number, isn't it? Because that is a 15 darter or better, so to get 15 of those. So we have seen some really good stuff. But back to tonight, the good stuff we've seen really has come from Taylor and Boulton. Is that the final you're expecting to see?
Well, is it the man from Boulton against Andy Boulton on the weekend of the UK Open, synonymous to Boulton? So is the story written in the stars? But Gary Stone, that interview with you, I had goosebumps watching it. That determination, you know, we've spoken an awful lot about Boulton. I can imagine him sat in his hotel room thinking, I've beat you 3 times. I won Group A. What about me?
Yeah, it was a great interview. And Gary Stone, he was good in it as well. But he was really good in Group A earlier in the week. That match that he lost earlier tonight, 4-1 to Scott Taylor, when he lost that, he was absolutely devastated. I did catch a glimpse of him. It took him a while to go back into the players' room and pick up his practice starts again.
But that's one of the problems for Gary Stone. And it was nice to see him bounce back from that, because when things are going well with Gary Stone, everything's rosy. And as soon as you get on top of Gary, he's straight on social media afterwards with his concerns. I hate the game, I don't want to play no more. Gary Stone is a phenomenal player, and he's producing it this week. And I'm just thinking, has that lost just as a, you know, well, maybe things aren't going all my way. Now it's time to bounce back. This is a 50-50 game.
We saw interviews with both players at the start of the evening. They're available on social media for those who didn't see them. Both players mentioned each other, so this is a game that they marked before the night even begun, despite being in different groups.
Yeah, there was. It was like heavily weighted to we live close to each other, we know each other, and I've played him this week, and I didn't like what Duzza said, and the bookies have said this, and it just sets it up nicely. And this is what the MODUS Super Series is all about. Scott Taylor's, you know, creating his own story for this week. But for me, when I look back at this week, it's about these two players that are coming up next.
It is, but is it the ideal scenario for Scott Taylor that he can have his feet up in the practice room and watch these two go at it over the next 7 legs?
Scott Taylor's played at he's a Pro Tour finalist against Michael van Gerwen at his very best. He'd be sat there, and I've just seen him there. He's in a good headspace. Let these two battle. Come back with no energy, guys. I'll go on after playing first. And, a lot of the finals is you play first and then just have a little rest and then you go again. Scott Taylor will be feeling very, very good about himself.
Right, you've not been shy of the prediction. In fact, you've upset a few people at times this week, but the last task for you, pick a winner between Boulton and Stone.
Yeah, like I said, I really enjoyed the Gary Stone, but I think it'd be a bit naughty of me if I changed my mind from 9:30 on Monday morning. But it's going to go all the way. It's going to be a 4-3 game. Andy Boulton sneaks it with Gary Stone on a double.
Right, it is showdown time in the semi-final. The second one to take on Scott Taylor in tonight's money match. Will it be the X-Factor, Andy Boulton, or the Scotsman, Gary Stone? We'll find out in the company of this man, Glenn Durrant, who's going to head downstairs to join Henry Deacon.
Chris, thank you very much indeed. And we're about to find out what happens when two Scots collide. As Andy Boulton takes on Gary Stone. These two, well, they live a stone's throw from each other. They know each other well. And this feels like a collision match. It feels like not a grudge match, but a game that both players had set their eyes on right from the very outset of tonight. Maybe both players expected this fixture to be for £5,000. But the winner of this particular duel will see themselves into the finale and a chance not just to pick up the cheque, but a chance to find themselves at Champions Week at the beginning of May. This is a real heavyweight second semi-final for you here on Sporty Stuff TV and the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel. We could see something very special over the course of the next 7 legs. And alongside me to see what does develop in that time is Glenn Durrant.
Game on.
Thank you so much, Henry. And how many times have we said Boulton, Stone this week? One thing about the comms box, you're coming on the Monday morning Group A. And we spoke so much about these two, but the better of the two was Gary Stone. And then Andy Boulton's just been on this unbelievable route to the final tonight when he was excellent in the group stages.
67.
Whereas Gary Stone got something over him. Yeah, the questions. Sit back and we'll give you the answers.
Who do you put as favourite to
81.
win this game, Glenn?
I mean, it's genuinely a 50-50 game. Is it the fact that Andy Boulton's thrown first, 27 180s in 15 games in his group stage? Andy Boulton 22 in 23 games. So
100.
Gary scoring power is with Stone. And this is for a breaker throw. And even a setup is nice.
100.
Andy Boulton can't finish. I have a feeling if Gary Stone wins this game, he might stick his head in the comms box and said, I told you, Durrant.
Well, I hope not, because you'll be up on the balcony. I've done nothing wrong here.
99.
But this
Gary,
is all about, this is the things I want answers from Gary Stone, these types of moments. Big dart.
20.
So sometimes I feel like I'm proving right, because the Gary
Andy,
Stone I want
74.
to see is that guy who was gritting his teeth at that double top, because he's been phenomenal on it. Andy Boulton, you don't think he's just going to miss this type of finish. But is he going to miss because of the opponent he's playing?
42.
Yes. Now, any other time, me and you
Gary
would just
required
automatically
20.
we're ready for the next leg, because he's just finished on them type of finishes
That's game
all
shot
week.
and the first leg. Gary Stone.
Gary Stone is the one that takes a 1-0 lead. And more importantly, a breaker throw. Andy Boulton is thinking he's tapping his head there.
Second leg, it's Gary
Is
to
it
throw
about
first.
his opponent?
Game on.
If you look at the numbers that both players have registered over the course of this evening,
60.
it sets itself up for Battle Royale. Gary Stone opened up with a 4-1 defeat to Scott Taylor, despite an average of 91.5. It was 1 from 5 in the doubles that ended up being the undoing, but then he
100.
responded very well. 91 average, so same again. 5-11 on the doubles. It included the Shanghai finish to get the better with Scott Walters by 4 legs to 2 in a high-quality affair.
100.
Meanwhile, for Andy Boulton, he kick-started with a 94.62 against Alan Tabern, 40% on the outer ring, before then in the final group stage match, average 97.5 to get the better than Mike Norton 4-1. They both played to those types of levels. We've got a classic semi-final that's about to ensue.
could be a classic match play semi-final, because I think averages go out the window at times when you're playing someone, because I think, Henry, both of them will think, if I win this game, I'm going to go on and win it. Now, I've just seen a very satisfied Scott Taylor as I walk through there. He's just doing his own thing. I don't know if he'd be watching this game. But right now, it's advantage to Gary Stone. Is he going to prove me
131.
Many others wrong? What
and
a setup that is.
161.
People haven't been putting the pressure on Andy Boulton like Gary Stone is doing. How is he going to react?
137.
Fabulous setup
Gary
play.
requires 70.
And Henry, how many times have I talked about this type of finish? This is the difference between good and great. This is the difference between losing
Game
tournaments
shot
and winning tournaments.
Gary
that
Stone.
will feel absolutely fantastic, and that will be a kick in the stomach for Andy Boulton.
Third leg, it's Andy to throw
He backed that break up in the
Game
first
on.
leg with a 15 dart hold in the second. His average is 96.97. These are the levels we expected from these two. We expected a high quality affair in the statistical department.
60.
And maybe the end result may be dictated to the goings on in the first leg of the match, where Andy Boulton missed 2 darts in his hand
57.
at double 16 on the back of a 74 combination to take the opening leg with a dart. Gary Stone broke. He's won the second. But is this a response from the X Factor?
177.
Gary Stone, Henry, should just be singing this leg as a bit of a free roll. He doesn't need, I mean, ideally he'd love to break him at this stage, but it's not the end of the way. He's already done the most important thing of breaking Andy in this match. Now Andy's come out with the traps very nicely, so Gary Stone should be just thinking, that's okay.
140.
It's not a problem. You're back in the match, Andy. I appreciate that, but I've got the darts in 2 of the next 3 legs. There's no need to panic for Gary Stone right now.
43.
Let Andy Boulton throw his best
And you require
darts
124.
when he's got the darts. There's one of the simple scenarios right now is the fact that Andy Boulton has to break Gary Stone now.
56.
He's himself with 68 after 12. Gary Stone can't do anything about it.
100. And you require 68.
To cut the deficit in half. It's going to be 1 dart in his hand. And that dart is going to be at the forever reliable double 16.
That's game shot. And the
unlike
third
the first leg,
Andy Boulton.
it has come up trumps. He spent a large portion of his practice darts up on the stage earlier on this evening, Andy
Fourth
Boulton,
leg, it's Gary to
practicing
throw
at one
first.
target.
Game on.
That target was a double 16.
And I guess that's why he'll be hurting still from that first leg. He's got to get that out of his mind. But is the look just a little bit on Gary Stone's side, because the last dart are just going where he wants to. And from that first dart there, it's begging a max.
180.
One apiece in that particular department.
Look at Gary's eyes there.
140.
Look at the determination. This is the Gary Stone I've asked for the past 5 years. Don't be feeling sorry for yourself. Don't be going, I could have done, I should have done. You're demonstrating your qualities. And that 140 there, Gary, put the pressure on Andy Boulton. Now follow it again. There's the grimace. And after the grimace comes the treble.
100.
Because it could have been so easy after that opening maximum with the first visit of the leg that Andy Boulton could have said to Gary Stone, I've got you. But the response from Stone has been absolutely brilliant. And Boulton needs another treble.
137.
And that's exactly what he finds. This is quality. 101 plays 91 in the averages. But scrap that for now. These are 2 players
76.
going hell and leather at each other.
And you require 129.
Giving it absolutely everything on the stage.
$89. Gary require 105.
This is the moment, Henry. This goes in. Gary Stone's wins the match for my liking. Tops. Huge dart.
65.
Bends the wire. You saw the wire move. Pivotal moment.
And
That's
back
game
level
shot.
we
and
are.
The fourth leg.
13 darts for Andy Boulton. Gary Stone had 1 dart. One dart in his hand at tops on the back of a 105 combination to open up a 3-1 lead. It would have meant Andy Boulton was throwing to stay in this second semi-final. But as we have it, we're in a best-of-3 race now. The old News of the World format to see who is going to join Scott Taylor in the Week 4 final. The story of the Super Series in Series 3 has been the player who wins Group A gets to the final. And in most cases, actually go on and win it. In the case of John Worsley and Jenna Klassen. If Boulton wins this game, Gary Stone will be the first winner of the Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday group in this series to not make the final on Saturday night. Leonard Gates losing out in a last leg decided to Owen Bates in week 2. And Gates in that particular matchup did have darts to win the title.
Just 85 points in it after that first treble 20 there. Hence the little bit of movement there from Gary in the mouth saying, I wanted more after that first dart. That's asking for the treble. This is a quality affair.
100.
I'm enjoying this.
Oh, not to enjoy. Such a battle. Such a quality
60.
affair. Is that a slip?
Is it an argument treble 19 the way he covered the bed there? They're feeling good there, but look at the mouth. Look at the determination there, Henry. When you're throwing your darts next time, put that into your game.
137.
It's called desire. It's called determination. It's called focus. And both of them. Look at the eyes.
180.
Sensational.
And he requires 78.
Just when Boulton thought again he may have had Stone, he comes up with a max.
Don't miss the 18. Give yourself a dart at tops. Big moment. Gary couldn't do it in the last one.
58.
And the worry is he went lower. Tops is Norris's
Gary
favourite.
61.
Wow, where do you go? Do you go for the 25 bed? That leaves 54. It's all about one dart at tops for these
41.
players in this match, and goes low also. Now he's hurting. Andy Boulton.
And you require
Can you
20.
pounce?
Gary Stone has had a dart at tops in the last 2
That's
legs.
game shot
But
and the
Andy
fifth
Boulton
leg.
steps in.
Andy
And from
Boulton.
2-0 down, he's a leg away from the final. And Gary Stone has had his opportunities. He's had his
Sixth leg is
chances.
Gary to throw
But now
first.
he's
Game
throwing
on.
to stay in the match as opposed to having the chance to go and win it in this leg.
Come on, Gary, fight.
140.
Fight, Gary. That's what you need to do now. You've demonstrated all your attributes, all your skills this week. The one thing is these types of moments. You're not out yet. At 140, forget what your opponent's doing right now. Just bang in another 140 yourself.
Andy Boulton has had 5 scores of 140 or more and a max in this match. Added to the 8-ton plus
91.
throws, he is always keeping Gary Stone under it. Stone is doing his best to try and fight off the barrage. But the treble is beginning to look like a magnet for the X Factor.
100.
Never mind MVG, this is Humphreys. This is the place to be. Just again below that 20 bed. What do you do there, Henry?
60.
What you do is you sort of flap a little bit at that because it would have left the 170, so it's understandable. But with your opponent on 261, it's a difficult situation, especially when you're in the when you're in the battle. But treble-less visit so far.
59.
201 with 6 darts is the thought process right now for Gary Stone. He needs a treble.
46.
Is that the moment?
Although Stone is first to a finish, has the game been presented into the palm of the hands of Andy Boulton? Needs to find a treble here. Doesn't find one.
Gary require
How many times does that happen? When one player misses, the other one misses. When the other one gets, the next person gets. Fascinating stuff. Big dart.
81.
Good dart.
And you require
You can see there if you
143.
give yourself an opportunity, Gary Stone. Outside chance for Boulton for the match.
So Stone is going to return to the board. Needing 83
59.
to send us the distance.
Gary require
Bolton couldn't
83.
quite make full effect in terms of applying pressure.
That leaves 66. He looks at what Andy Boulton needs and realises, I need to get this. And get
That's
it, he
game
does.
shot. And the
What a
sixth leg,
battle royal
Gary
we have.
Stone.
And I think it's only fully justified that this match goes all the way. I called it upstairs, the fact that it could be the fact
Seventh
that
and
Andy
final
Boulton
leg
is
is
thrown
Andy
first.
to throw
But
first.
mark my
Game
words,
on.
Gary Stone will be right behind him. We're excited in the comms box. The chair's going back and forward. Sit back and enjoy.
Andy Boulton gained the darts in the final leg because of the fact
97.
that he won his group.
Why did he go down there? That looked like the perfect dart for him. And that is sat perfect. That is sat perfect.
177.
What a match.
Gary Stone is going through the gears at the perfect time. And Boulton can only try and respond now. He can only try and respond.
140.
This is absolutely sensational. Forget averages. This is just about the contest.
58.
As Henry said, this is about the duel. This is two players who know each other well, determined to succeed, realising what the potential prize is at the end of this. This is where your arm starts to tighten.
59.
This is where suddenly you don't feel your legs. All of a sudden that treble 20 gets smaller. All of a sudden every treble is worth double. And just when you think,
100.
why did he stay upstairs? That's telling me he's not thinking. That's telling me, and that will be a great feeling for Andy Boulton.
That could be the moment. And I think the penny has just dropped in the mind of Gary Stone. It has just dropped in the mind of Gary Stone. And the last thing he wants to see is Boulton pound that treble bed.
99.
I think Gary's just asked someone to stay quiet there, which is just the mark of sportsmanship that we've seen all this week. Set the 166 up, but you need a treble, Gary.
59.
You fancy this 106, Henry,
Andy
don't you?
require 106.
This would be the trademark of Andy Boulton. To win this match with a ton plus finishing in 15 darts.
Well, I've called it. I think they both miss here, and Boulton wins.
Game.
Wow.
Shot.
What
and a
an
match.
absolute
Andy
treat that
Boulton.
was. Absolute fantastic game. They've met each other 4 times this week. Look at the sportsmanship there. Gary Stone, hold your head up high. What an amazing match. When Andy Boulton needs a 3-dart finish, Henry called it. It was absolutely banging. That double 13 is the dart of the night, the tail of the tape there. Forget averages. Andy Boulton just does 97 averages for fun. Look at the checkout ratio, 57.14. And what a way to end the match with that 106. Take a bow, guys. That was sensational.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where our final is set. It's going to be Scott Taylor against Andy Boulton. That's coming up in about 5 minutes' time. That's after Boulton won a brilliant battle against Gary Stone. Glenn Durrant alongside me. Look, the stats paint their own picture. Boulton, excellent as usual. Got that 106 checkout in the last leg decider, but after a bit of a malfunction from Gary Stone.
Yeah, that 266 from Gary to leave 100. I think he realised afterwards, but that's just a sign for me about the thought process. You know, why did he do that is the question there. And at all times, must you stay in control of your emotions and realise where you should be.
Because a lot of people will say there he's miscounted, but probably more likely that he's just lost concentration.
And it's a great thing to be in a zone when you're a dart player. It's a beautiful thing. And, you know, after the second dart, which went in the treble, sometimes you're on autopilot to go for it again, but you have to always realise the bigger picture.
Right, great check out in the end from Andy Boulton to win it with that 106. And we can now reveal the result of our checkout of the week competition. Here it is.
Why did I even mention it? Could it be 127 in game?
For the game! For the game!
Scott Walters.
And Scott Walters, the game, has won the game with a 127 in game.
Oh, I love hearing Henry Deacon that happy. 127 in game there. By the game, Scott Walters. Glenn, are you down with that?
Oh, absolutely. A bullseye finish for a commentator. Genuinely, for that last game there, for the first time as a commentator, there was more excitement in the comms box than on the stage.
We'll preview the final in a second, but first of all, I want to look ahead to next week. We do have the lineup reveal here for next week's players, and we're going to take a look at those any second now. John Michael, I can tell you, is one of the players. He is the man from Greece. So what I'll do, actually, I'll come back to that in a moment so I can show you that. But the final coming up tonight, first of all, we've got Scott Taylor and Andy Boulton. We've just spoken about Boulton. What about Taylor? Because somehow he's in the final and we haven't spoken that much about him.
And he liked that. I guess he liked being the underdog. And Scott Taylor, as I've said many, many times this week, he's the type of personality who can win that game. He can throw 110 average. But we've also seen this week he threw a 66.6 average. Sometimes you don't know what game you're going to get from Scott Taylor, and it's all about that throwing arm that he has. If he gets the timing right, it's 180s for fun.
Yeah, and a lot of it can be about who wins the bullseye. Obviously, in the earlier stages, they don't bull off, but before the final, they do. And I can reveal now that Andy Boulton has won the bullseye for that final. So he will take on Scott Taylor. Andy throwing first. Good edge.
A good edge because it was the reason that Andy Boulton won that game, or certainly a big player in the game, that he was thrown first against Gary Stone in that last leg. We pretty much called it a 4-3 down to the double. Yeah, that winning bullseye is always important in the best of 7.
Right, now we are going to look at next week's lineup, so you can join us from Monday 9:30 as always. And the man I mentioned, John Michael, the first Greek player ever to play in the Super Series. Conor Heenahan, back from the UK Open, the only player ever to hit a 9-dart finish here. Sebastian Białowski, Matthew Dennant, Mike Warburton, and the ADC qualifier Jack Waring. It looks like a very good group.
Is it me, or is it just getting better and better? With John Michael, a former model for Armani. I bet you didn't know that, did you? And that is a true story. And Conor Heenahan stands out for me. Białowski very quiet in the players' area. Tough group again. Mike Warburton, the throw to die for.
And the Group B, Trina Gulliver, of course, she's won almost as many titles as John Michael, 16-time Greek champion, isn't it? Trina Gulliver, 10-time world champion. I think it trumps it. Jamie Kelling, Alan Norris as well, a man that you know well.
Yeah, Trina's one that stands out there, and it's great to see Alan Norris playing and enjoying the game. But I think it's the first time I haven't commentated when Jamie Kelling's there, so another dangerous player who did very well in getting to Champions Week last time.
And Rhys Robinson, Scott Baker and Steve Haggerty making up Group C. But that's next week, the action resuming at 9:30. We've got the final of this week coming up here. Big match, big money on offer. Glenn, you do a lot of coaching. What sort of advice would you be offering to players in this sort of straight shootout?
I don't think it'd be anything about coaching right now. This is what all your practice has come for this moment. So they've done all the revision. Every hour they've done in practice, it's all about moments like this. £5,000 to the winner. You can't buy this, you know what I mean? This is the moment that these practice for. I can't wait. And it's not over. We've spoke so much about Andy Boulton so far. Scott Taylor is the type of player who can just be a bit of a spoiler. He'll be looking forward to this.
Well, we'll let you get down to commentary to join another man who's always done all his revision. Over to you, Henry Deacon.
Yes, and luckily this time I can have my notes in front of me. And so here we go. The week 4 final here in Series 3. It sees Andy Boulton in action up against Scott Taylor. Andy Boulton, who the bookmakers at the beginning of the week said will be the man that'll pick up the cheque for the £5,000 and a spot at Champions Week. Well, he's one game away from doing exactly that against Scott Taylor, who going into this week, we did have 1 or 2 question marks over, but he really has proved his point here at the Super Series. And when you look at him tonight, he has been impressive. Averages of 92 in his semi-final win against Alan Tabern. He kicked off the night with a 94 average, 50% on the doubles against Gary Stone. But it is Andy Boulton, the opposition, the man who has been so steady, so solid for the last 6 days. And so battle commences in the final of week 4. It is Boulton who's won a bull off in the practice room. It's the only game throughout the course of the week where the players participate in such an exercise. And a man who is well versed in winning finals is alongside me in the commentary box. Hello, Glenn.
Yeah, thank you, Henry. This is what everybody practices for. You can speak so nicely, so eloquently, so fantastically well about someone like Andy Boulton all week. But it's always just about this moment. Scott Taylor is the type of player who can spoil the party, who can spoil the headlines. I think he's up for this.
134.
However long this game goes, we are going to see quality. Whoever the victor will be, we are going to see quality. This feels like a week which has come up to the boil. And we may have yet seen
134.
The best of the action. Taylor first to finish, 134, but Boulton's going to apply ample pressure upon that.
140.
He just continues to impress, and it's difficult to do all the time. And what he was looking for there was treble 18, 2 tops, which is once again a very modern way to go. A treble here would be nice.
94.
What a dart. I can't tell you how good that dart was.
67.
It puts all the pressure on this 67. He wasn't up for the challenge in the first leg against Gary Stone last time. That just creeps in. Big dart.
35.
Once again. Just mirrors the first game, and he's looking saying, why doesn't that go in? Scott Taylor tops for a 13 darter.
He's had a bit of a love-hate relationship on double 16 this week, as Taylor gets a double 5 to break in the opener.
And there's the obligatory fist pump. And sometimes when you write a story, Henry,
second leg, it's Scott to throw first.
The ending is usually already written. There's just something about Scott Taylor that is here to spoil everything about that, because he has this A game. He hasn't required his B game tonight because he just played so well, and what a deserved winner he would be. But this guy has been unbelievable. How much did that semi-final take out of him?
96.
He won that second semi-final, and as a consequence of it, he's had less time to prepare, as Scott did. He probably had the best part of around about 40 minutes to prepare himself for the duel. And of course, that last semi-final going all the way meant that he had basically the maximum amount of time he could have had to prepare for such an occasion. But then
60.
you can flip that coin the other way, and it's the discussion which I think we'll be having about darts for, well, until the end of time. That do you prefer being hot and being playing second, or having that little bit of rest time? Well, as far as Scott Taylor's concerned, he'd be happy to have had the rest. Leaving 1-2-1 after 9, averaging 110, and for pretty much the first time this week, Andy Boulton has deviated below that 90 average.
You look at treble 13 or treble 17, so a big 14.
81.
What a set-up player there is from Scott Taylor. I did say he's capable of 110 average, albeit being very early in this match, but he has them gears. Is it going to take something like that to beat Andy Boulton?
59.
Because he's been incredible the last dozen games. Never
That's
looked like
shot,
losing, but it's Scott Taylor who takes a 2-0 lead with that obligatory left-arm fist pump. It's getting interesting, this, Henry.
Very, very
Third
much
leg
so.
is Andy to throw first. Game on.
Andy Boulton, I think he's just gone back and A little bit of a chew on a sweet or something like that. Maybe just something to kind of get him going.
57.
He's done that all week. Not necessarily when he's behind. It's just maybe just a little bit of sugar he requires. He's using all his experience he needs to get the best out of himself.
134.
What a performance this is.
It's an inspired display from Scott against the Scot.
100.
At 9:30 on Monday morning, Chris Murphy asked, who's your winner this week? I said, Andy Boulton. He said, who else stands out for you?
180.
And anyone who knows what my tips are like will realise that's usually the poison chalice. But right now,
100.
this is sensational. Look at them numbers.
Quite frankly put, he's playing pretty much unplayable darts.
100.
When his timing's right, it just makes the game look so easy. How on earth did he have a 66 average against Kevin Dowling? You just think it's two different players that you look at. It's similar to his shirt there.
59.
On the yellow is his A game.
87.
And the black is just that B game that's just non-existent. This is insane.
He's getting better.
That's game shot and the third
That's a
leg.
12.
Scott
That's a
Taylor.
double break. It's 112.72, the average. We said maybe the best might be saved for the final. Well, Scott Taylor is saving his best for the final. He is not just running his way possibly now to the £5,000 top prize. He's got into a Formula One car
96.
and he is in 5th gear going through the parabolica towards the finishing line.
Para what?
It's a famous corner.
I know.
140.
I'm an egghead. You wouldn't think so at the quiz on Monday night, but there we go. Look at this, Henry.
95.
I don't think many people would have predicted this after 3 legs, especially the way this man has played this week.
131.
Has that semi-final just taken too much out of him? Or should we be looking at how fantastically well Scott Taylor
82.
is playing and continues to play? Let's give the credit to Scott Taylor.
Sometimes you just run into an immovable object, and sometimes you just got to congratulate and shake the opposition's hand.
100.
And it might be a case that Andy Boulton has to do that. But of course, at the Super Series, anything is possible. Don't write Boulton's obituary yet. However, Scott Taylor is making a frantic dash to the finishing line.
And you require 130.
This has to go.
It's bull for Boulton.
105.
Scott Taylor, 48.
Scott, you require 48.
For your biggest win of your career.
Double 16.
That's game
And it is
shot.
Super
and your week 4
Scott
winner of the
and
MODUS Super Series. Scott
Taylor has produced an unbelievable performance to qualify for Champions Week. It is an average of 109 to get the better of Andy Boulton by 4-0 in the final. Boulton, as per usual, averaging above 90 in the final. He averaged just under 93 and was only afforded 3 darts at double. As for Scott Taylor, 3 maximums. Well, that completely outweighed anything in the 140 plus column. He averaged 109.31 in the final. He has saved the best performance of the week for the biggest game of the week, and he is the victor in the final against Andy Boulton by 4-0. Well, let's get the thoughts of our champion, Scott Taylor. He's on stage now, chatting to Chris Murphy.
Thank you very much, Henry. Excellent performance from Scott Taylor. Still getting adulation from the fans in here. Scott, what a performance in that final.
Yeah, blown away, really. Blown away. Honestly, I don't know what to say. Bit nervy coming into tonight, and then just to play like that in the last game is great.
Were you aware a lot of the talk was about another couple of players, Gary Stone and Andy Boulton, coming into this?
It was a tough week all week, wasn't it? So they were all good players, so I knew I needed to perform, and I saved the best till last.
Yeah, you really did. 109 average, fabulous performance. What does it mean to you to now not just pick up the £5,000, but make it through to Champions Week, where you can do even more damage?
It's massive. It's just changed everything, because I was a bit struggling really. So grip, everything just going wrong, and then come here on Thursday and it's gone well.
Have you seen other players? Have you watched other players who've sort of come to the Super Series, have gone and got the 2 cards back?
Yeah,
of
course. I went to Q school thinking I was playing well, but I was really poor. So it hurt.
Right, we've got a 3-time world champion there with a massive cheque he's about to present to you. So we'll get Glenn on stage now. Scott Taylor, the champion this week, £5,000.
Congratulations.
Scott, I'm going to let you take that, and I'm going to chat to Glenn to finish off the show. So well done. Congratulations. Glenn, look, you did say at the start of the week, and you reminded everybody several times that you thought it would be Andy Boulton or the man who's lifting the cheque there, Scott Taylor, in the winning at the end of the week. And you were right.
Come on, I don't get many right, but isn't that what the MODUS Super Series is all about? Moments like that for Scott Taylor. He's played at a very high level. He's played in a Players' Championship final against Michael van Gerwen. He's not even, once he lost his England cap, he decided, I'm not even going to play Super League. And then the MODUS Super Series comes calling, and what a journey it's been this week. And what a performance that was in the final. Sensational.
Yeah, he really did save the best till last. Well, that's it for us this week at the Super Series, but we will return, of course, as always, 9:30 a.m. with a new field of 12 players bidding to emulate what Scott Taylor has done tonight. But this week, well, Taylor takes the title. We'll see you soon.